Ladies love the skin.
Ow.
Bring it a little bit closer. The good skin, that is. That's why having a proper skincare routine is very important, and you need to feel the Teej. The process is so easy, just 4 steps. You got your daily face wash. That's gonna clean your face up nice and right. You got your exfoliator scrub. That's gonna open up your pores. You got your AM moisturizer with the SPM 20, which is gonna protect you from the sun. You also got your PM moisturizer, which is gonna make sure your skin is protected throughout the night. Teej has tons of reviews from dedicated customers across the world. I know I said a lot, but it's okay, because guess what? It comes with an instruction card to explain to you in detail what to do morning and night.
And because Teej is sponsoring this video, they're offering you an amazing deal. Just click the first link in the description to get 30% off your first skincare system and a free gift. Plus, as a member, you'll also get 20% off for life. By the way, both gifts you're choosing from are a $20 value and a complete game changer: a silicone body scrubber or a nail and face grooming kit. Personally, I prefer the silicone body scrubber. I don't like using towels when I travel, so the body scrubber is an excellent way to open up the pores and get the body clean. So don't wait any longer. Click the first link in the description to start your skincare journey today.
Maintaining your beard isn't just style, it's self-respect. A well-grown beard boosts confidence and leaves a lasting impression. Elevate your look. Embrace the importance of beard care today.
Yeah. No, I really can't complain. Wave. Everything is straight. Wave. I'm in it for keepsake. In the field with the cleat lace. Beat fruit with the bare face and a slick tongue, that's what she say. She look good, she a big tease when she bite lip with the wink face. Hella bad when she throwing it back. She bring that my way for the team play. For Pete's sake, I'm above average, I padded my stack. I gotta matter what he say. I'm the 2010 young LeBron James off the backboard, type of bad boy. Hold it down for the task force. If I run his fade, then you ask for it. Niggas cross need to laugh more. I keep it 100 on dashboard. The live show needed passport, cause the beat bounced to the cap torn. Feel like I live it, fast forward, but I asked for it. Misfit got a quick lit on a crash course from the tattered garment to the tabloid. Spoke how I live it into existence. Might be ahead of myself, but the bank account did jump up a couple figures. But like nobody could fuck with us. I'm a flight risk. I play among the stars in the Hollywood Hill, the space station couldn't even get in touch with me. Praise faith that I stuck with it. Wave. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave. With everything I say turn into the real thing. I tell her run it up, cause you know it ain't a thing. We made it out the slums with the words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave. With everything I'm saying turn into the real thing. I've been living like I'm famous. Like I don't show my face, as I'm jumping on the stage. Like I'm living in a daydream. Thoughts and imagination. She only want me when she fake. She quick to tell me I'm a favorite. She ain't told no lie, she love it when I catch my cadence. She gone off the deep end, pull up every weekend. I hate to let her down, but I'm in a fast life, so they never slowing me down. Heart rate dropping like you don't sleep well. How you switch up, you always help me down. Wonder why I turn into a cold of me now. It could be worse, right? I got where I'm at without no work-life balance. You tell me that it's love, but I'm knowing that it's madness. Squad with me, God, cut us for the same fabric. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave. But everything I say turn into the real thing. Tell them run it up, you know it ain't a thing. We made it out the slums with the words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave. But everything I'm saying turn into the real thing.
Let's go, Ted.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it.
What's going on, family? Welcome to King Tom the Boy. This is the crew. We got Shannon Rawls, M. White, Trail Smooth, Chicago River, Kenny P, Clout Jones, Heath, Dollar Chris, and me myself. I'm not PJ. Welcome to King Talk on the Lapeef Network. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Chilling, Joe. Chilling.
Living life.
It's good to see y'all, man. Good to see y'all. For some reason I couldn't get that cam to link up for some. Had a cord that was unplugged. Thought I was good to go. My apologies on that one. We're going to get the housekeeping out the way. Shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley. Shout out to, no, wrong one. Damn. Struggle streaming already. Tej Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. You get 40% off with a free gift and 20% off for life. If you click that link that's in the description again, that is 40% off with a free gift and 20% off for life. If you click that link that's in the description right now, go ahead and get your Tej, man. Let's go ahead and make sure we take care of our skin. Men's skincare is very important. We also got something for the hair as well. This is for your beard, but it also is good for your hair and it's skin friendly. I suggest you guys go ahead and get this Sure Man King on top. This is the way to go. If you guys are wondering why some of these men around the space beards are looking phenomenal, this is the reason why. Really want to get you a pack, man.
He ain't listening.
I already know what you're listening to already. Ain't that right, Rilla?
Yeah, sure for men.
I'm gonna have HR reach out to you, Rilla.
I'm filing the hurt feelings report.
No.
Already.
You know, we have an anti-retaliation policy put in place, man, so you can't retaliate.
Hey, you added some new things to the employee handbook since I got a couple of new codes to the employee handbook. I hear you.
Yeah.
Really, you like my profile picture?
Wizard, you ain't. Wop.
I'll fuck them up.
Hey, Shan, what the city like right now, man? What the city like? Y'all cooling out there, Shan, or y'all turned up? Y'all chilling.
Nah, we cooling. Ain't nothing happening. Nothing special.
Yeah.
Trip.
All right. Well, it's good to see you guys, man. Let's see who we got in the chat. We got Dale Matthews and Angela, which I spoke to already. What's going on? Miss Parker, I see you. Shout out to you. We also got BZ in the building. HR is in the building, realistic. Yes, we spoke them up. Shannon Duncan. Therese. What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Joe Lee. It's good to see you guys. Dale Matthew already opened up the gate. We can give the Lapeef Network membership. Salute to you, sir, for that. Thank you, sir. We also got Erica's in the house. I see you. Cloud is in the chat, doing as usual. Make sure you behave in the chat, man. Make sure you monitor the chat. I know you're going to be in there. So make sure everybody's behaving and not being disrespectful. Let's make sure we keep everything in the minimum. Let me know if you got to fill out some reports today, Cloud. All right. Roger that. All right, let's go ahead and get it started, man. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I am feeling fantastic. I'm having a great series of days, man. A great series of days. So, it's a good
How was the weekend, bro?
It was cool, man. I was in Chicago.
Say word.
Yeah.
Wizzle.
I was in Vegas this week.
Man, I'm gonna holler at you after this, Wizzle.
All right, let's go to get it started, man. Got a great show ahead. Some great topics. Going to open up the gate with something light, maybe like to some, and some other ones maybe like, well, I wasn't expecting this in the beginning. Here we go, man. We're going to go ahead and roll it like this. What are you arming your children with when they go into the world? What are you arming your children with when you go into this world? I'm going to play this clip, and we're going to go ahead, react, respond, and get some perspectives. Here we go.
That little girls are growing up way too fast and idolizing things that they're seeing online, whether it be musicians or models. I think just the obsession with wanting to be provocative is happening at an alarming rate. There's going to be a huge emphasis on understanding and really drilling into my daughter's skull who she is. When she goes out into this world, regardless of what's going on around her,
she don't have to conform to the world.
No.
As for me and my house.
Yeah. This is how we run things. Yeah. Like that is going to be the focal point.
Man, did I play the whole video? I think it did. Okay. I'm tripping. I thought I hit something. Anyhow, let's go ahead and get into it. What are you arming your children with when they go into the world? I'm going to go ahead and start with, let me see. We got a daughter on the panel. I'm just curious to get you. Go ahead, MY. I'm going to start with you. What's going on with that pinky, man? Some shit. Oh, okay.
It's a little kid's toy. I'll be doing the daddy finger with the Paw Patrol thing. It was a couch there. I just picked it up. So I'm arming my daughters with a positive self-image that I've been cultivating since they was young. I know I talked about normalizing the cartoons they watch that they look like them, seeing the people that look like them in positive images, just extremely positive self-esteem and critical thinking. So the ability to reason and ration and be able to express, you know, what they feeling and why they feeling and how to get to a resolution, working with them on their emotional control. So instead of just throwing fits, we try and get to how we can resolve that issue, excuse me. Eventually I'm gonna arm them with actual firearm safety skills in boxing, but they're not old enough yet. So they definitely, every time they come in the house, if they went out with their mom, they got to debrief me about what they did. You know, I need to know all the details of if you had a good time, if you're okay, all of that. Just them being comfortable setting boundaries. Like my nephew, he was being mean to my daughter. She told him, "Stop it! I don't like that. You're being mean." Then he did it again. She didn't even give him a second chance. She walked clean away, ain't say a word, and went upstairs. Like they clear on drawing their boundaries. So yeah, that's what I'm arming with.
All right. Go ahead, Bruiser. What are you arming your children with when they go into the world?
When they go into the world, I'm just arm them with my perspective on how I personally see the world and what I think about it. You know what I'm saying? How to navigate certain obstacles that they may encounter that I've encountered based on my experience. That's about it.
All right, short and brief. Go ahead, Rella.
Yeah, so similar to a lot of people in Generation X, it's like first generation of breaking what was normal for us, right? What was how we were raised. So most of what I arm them with is a sense of self-worth and purpose, right? Knowing that our family name means something, that we're building something as a family, but then also giving them space to be themselves, right? Their expression is valid, is valued, and it's important. But the biggest thing that because my ladybug graduates next week, and so for all intents and purposes, pretty much like an empty nest after that. She's the last one, right? So having them be able to assess the world and think critically and processing things through a hypercritical lens as opposed to jumping to conclusions or accepting what's fed to you. When they were younger, me and the mother was very my last three, we were very intentional about what we fed them. Not food wise, I'm talking about mental food. We was careful about what they watch, what they listen to. And so I was intentional about not raising them out of a sense of fear. I did not want to raise them in fear. I wanted to give them more. I wanted to invest more in them. So when they're around certain situations, because they'll have to make these decisions for themselves anyway. So they know how to process information, be able to think critically and assess for themselves which direction they go. At this point, I'm just the coach and the cheerleading for them.
All right, appreciate that. Kenny P. I'm not sure if you got kids, Kenny P, but
nah, I ain't got no regrets. I borrow people kids with girls I used to date. Nah, I'll digress from this conversation. I could only say I could encourage them. People, kids that come around me, don't shoot dice, don't drink Henny, do something with your life. There you go.
All right, go ahead, Clout.
Man, I gotta go with Kenny on this one, man. I don't have no kids, so for me, it's just like, I would guide them to probably have critical thinking skills and communication skills. That'll probably be the two most important things for me.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that too, Kenny. I know you guys don't have kids, but you guys are out here dating and seeing what's going on. If you did have some daughters, like what would you tell them based off what you're seeing today?
I find that a challenging question because them little nigglets that I see running around here and how they treat these little girls and the girls and how they conduct themselves, you lack that type of control. Also being governmental, a kid could be like, they'll call ACS or child services on you if you try to reprimand them. It's like it's a whole gambit of things where it's kind of hard for me to see that I can guide a child in this world. I would give it a yeoman's effort, but there's so many mitigating effects out there that could steer them in the wrong way. You could only hope that the tenets and the doctrines that you teach them throughout life stand and they make you proud rather than shame you.
All right. I think, Clout, you gave a couple of them already. Brother Hink. What are you arming your children with?
Well, shit. My last one is a child, is a young adult now, but what I armed him with, I had to remind him that he's black, and that the world's gonna treat you differently because you're a black male. Um, the shit you take in ain't always things you need to believe and trust in what you see on the internet or on television. Remind him to practice safe sex. Um, you realize, you're going to come into a lot of opportunity when you're in college. You're going to come under a variety of people and people outside of your surrounding circles you're used to. So, in white girls, you over in Indiana, they're going to be on you. Well put together young man, play basketball, yeah, they're going to be on you. You just need to know how to, you're going to deal with them, how to deal with them, how to interact with them. Make sure you diversify your circle of friends. I know you went to a majority black school, but doesn't mean all your friends have to be black. You need to learn how to diversify so you can interact in the world. Because not everybody you come across is going to be black in the world. So you need to know how to talk, act, and carry yourself as such. You carry my last name. Act like you know how to act. Be respectful. Look a man or a person in the eye. I don't give a damn if they are giving you hell, coaching you hard, doing whatever. You look them straight in the eye like a man. You have a firm handshake. You carry yourself in a manner that you know I'm going to be there. Your mother's going to be there, and you're going to represent us. Move like a man should move. Know how to be appropriate. Know how to be respectful. If somebody get disrespectful, you know how to handle yourself too. I taught you how to fight. You can hold your own. But it takes a bigger man to walk away from a fight than to get into the altercation. So you got a whole lot to lose. I don't give a shit about these other knuckleheads. They ain't got shit to lose. But you do. You got to keep that in mind. So if that means you got to walk away, they call you scared or soft, so be it. You got to look at the bigger picture. So that's what I instilled into my son. Now, my daughter, it was a little different, but somewhat the same. You know what I'm saying? Take care of your business. Be respectful to your husband, to your significant other. Show respect. Don't disrespect. Don't put your hands on him. Keep your hands to yourself. Y'all get issues, you come to me with that stuff, I'm going to tell you go see a marital counselor. I'm not going to give you and him advice because I can't do it without being biased towards you because you're my child. So I'm going to recommend y'all go to counseling. As long as he don't physically or emotionally hit you or take advantage of you, he's good with me.
All right, go ahead, Trev.
One of the things the dude said that resonated with me was, what goes on in my house. All right. And I think the key thing that we have to consider first is make sure that you are in that house. Right. So the young fellas out here, man, just, be very selective as to who you grant that seed to, because you want to make sure that you can be a part of that child's life long term. Otherwise, you already know the outcome. I think a couple people touched on it where, it's a little different for, young boys, young girls. I was fortunate enough to have a daughter and a son. And I mean, there's things that you tell them both, right? Like, I made sure I taught them about integrity, morals, right? Values, how important your word is, right? And just everything, like how to protect yourself against danger, how to deal with conflict, how to avoid conflict, understanding people, understanding human nature, and who to trust, who not to trust, different signs of who's not your friend, and look at how other people treat the people around them when they're not there, because your turn is coming. If they talk smack about somebody when they're not around, just understand that you ain't special. The same damn thing gonna happen to you, right? How to deal with the opposite sex, and that's tough. That part is really tough, especially now I got teenagers, so that part is tough. Fortunately, they're not very interested in all of that right now. They're more focused and You know, I'd like to think that that was between what me and my wife built for them. We wanted to give them the opportunity to make sure they have their life together before they start worrying about all that stuff. But we understand that the curiosity is going to be there. There's going to be temptation. There's going to be a lot of people who are their peers are going to be a lot faster. And I've already seen it. Like me just going to schools is unfortunate, but a lot of people don't dress like my daughter dresses. She's nice, she's feminine, but ain't nothing provocative ever. And I noticed they mentioned that word provocative, and there's a lot of young ladies out here, not women yet, that are very interested in dressing provocatively. And you know, I always tell my daughter, listen, that's not the type of attention that you want. The people that you are going to attract with that are no good for you. And you know, we let her pick out her own stuff, and she never ever looks at anything like that, right? I told my son about the dangers of dealing with the wrong woman and how they can get you in trouble and get you locked up forever, and you know how not to chase women and not to do things because of women. I taught him how to manage his emotions and think before he acts and think before you speak. I ain't gonna take up too much time, but that's the basis of it.
Is there such thing as men raising their daughters to be wives? Yeah. How so?
Absolutely. I am certainly raising my daughter to be wife. Well, for one, I had her run track. She's fit, right? So that's one. She's been cooking since she's with a toddler. She's been educating herself, right? She's on a roll every semester. She knows how. She's very feminine off the rip. I ain't like since she was a baby. I ain't bought her nothing but pink and purple. Oh, and she's still with that, right? She speaks softly. She knows how to be assertive if necessary, but she doesn't act on that unless necessary. So I think that if you teach your daughter how to be congenial, how to be cooperative, how to learn how to manage her emotions as well, then she will be selected by a worthy companion.
Okay.
I wouldn't say necessarily raising them to be a wife, but I think raising them in a way where they can where a man can come and put an impression on them. Because I mean, raising a woman to be a wife may not appeal to the man she run into. Every man is going to be looking for a woman. Is going to be looking for certain things, different things in a woman. But I think if she's not so full, so to speak, I don't know the proper term, but a little bit on the empty side where a man can come in and say, okay, these are the things I like and these are the things I ask of you in order to be my wife. But actually setting her up to be a archetype, it might not be a one size fit all shoe case. You get what I'm saying?
Well, wouldn't you say that there are certain things that are universally appealing?
Yeah,
Just like if
I
you
would
a
agree.
brother, you know damn well if you got in shape and you got your money right and you got your stuff together, odds are you're gonna have a vast pool that you can select from. And there's certain things about women. If you were soft, if you were feminine, if you were cooperative, if you were educated, if you are fit, like you're going to have a lot more options out there. So you might not be every single man's cup of tea, but odds are you'll find it a lot easier if you possess those attributes to find a good mate.
Right.
I think
So basically the skills that cooking and being able to maintain a household. I mean, I think those are basic things. But I know you said education.
Not in
Are
the
you talking
21st
about
century.
undergrad or masters? I mean, like, I don't think having a extended amount of education would be helpful, would appeal to most men. But I mean, who's to say? That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the more exposure your daughter get, the more experiences she get, it kind of shapes her mind, and she start choosing her own way. And I think that's what hurts these women these days. Me personally, that's just my outlook on it.
So what about being soft and feminine? Do you think that is a
Yeah,
negative
yeah.
attribute to have as well?
I think those are the things that they naturally have, and I think when she's introduced to the world and certain experiences, those things start to become suppressed. or it's starting to be an attack. It's her femininity and softness start to deflate depending on how much, depending on what circle she was around, what she's exposed to. I think naturally women come with those qualities or those traits. It's just coming into the world and coming into being exposed to certain things can make those things decline. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, like I did see Marcus. He want to chime in. I do want to get Shannon's perspective on this too. But you guys often say the word feminine, submissive, um, being accountable. It's like every podcast, all over YouTube, all these reels and clips. This is what everybody keeps saying these words. Some of these words are like triggers to people. Like they're just tired of hearing it. So, do you kind of change up your delivery when you are speaking with your daughter? Or do you just it's one of those things like it is what it is. This is what being a woman is all about. This is what being a wife is all about. Go ahead, Marcus. Go ahead and chime in.
So yeah, I think I could teach my daughter kind of how to behave around men, but the best example I think is my wife. So she is extremely feminine, and my daughter emulates that. She cooks and brings the food the same. She be feeding me plastic hot dogs and stuff, operating in the way my wife operates. She wants to put on dresses and daddy, am I cute? You know, all of that stuff. Look at my outfit. And then she emulates her mom a whole lot. So I think that's probably the best thing. Her mom exudes like pure femininity. So it's like she's mirroring her. I think she's doing a better job of teaching her. When I first had kids, I was worried I wouldn't be able to give anything to my kids because I didn't know nothing about being a woman and all that. I mean, I graduated from that understanding that kids just need what they need from you. But yeah, my wife best suited for that.
Okay. So when it comes to your wife, who determines if she's feminine? Is that something that she recognizes herself, or have you validated that for her?
I think anybody that ever met her would that's because it stands out so much more than like really you met my wife before. Would you not think she's like ultra ultra feminine?
Yeah,
Like,
soft spoken, demure. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Let me get Shannon this. We discussing what are you arming your children with, and then we also have some other questions that we asked as far as men raising their daughters to be wives and so forth. What are your thoughts, sir?
Well, when it comes to raising your daughter as wives, I'm with Trev 100%. I understand what Darwin is trying to say, but okay, across America, we have what we call a C-suite and executive positions. And typically, in order for you to be a CEO of anything, CEO of Target, CEO of Nabisco, CEO of Johnson & Johnson, CEO of Mercedes-Benz, those individuals typically are educated in school, oftentimes have about 5 years of management, business management, and they have a baseline of what most all CEOs have to go through that they can all identify with, because when it comes to managing a company executively and managing employees up under that company to reach a certain goal, there's a common education that all CEOs have. When it comes to wives, we typically like to say that they're the CEO of the household. And in order to become the CEO of the household, you must be trained. Now, I get what you're saying, Darwin, when you say that this is built in and, it's baked in the cake, and women they have these attributes, naturally. Naturally they're built in. And then we end up normalizing it out of them by indoctrination and media and movies and film and radio and magazines and all that kind of stuff, feminism, and it kind of gets suppressed. But nevertheless, even if men have individual things that they want from their women, what I want in my woman may be different than what Rilla wants, which is different than what JR wants, which is different than all other men want. We all have a baseline education that all the CEOs have to get and understand. And so when we say, are we teaching our daughters to be wise, which we haven't in the last 20, 30 years, we're talking about, did you go to Did you get a bachelor's degree in business management? Did you get a bachelor's degree in household management? Did you get your basic, undergraduate degree in this concentration of running a household and being a wife and understanding how the basic needs of a man and what's necessary for children? Do you have that under control? Now, when you meet somebody that you like, they'll let you know exactly. Are you the CEO of Toys R Us? And you have to understand how toys are. Are you the CEO of the steel industry? Are you in the oil industry, manufacturing, imports? CEOs have to, are you retail, and you selling clothes and goods and refrigerators? So every man is going to want his nuance or his specific specificity in what he likes. But all the CEOs have a basic understanding. And that's what we mean by raising our daughters and our young girls as wives. I hope that makes a little bit of sense.
It makes more sense, but I get what you're saying. I understand the basic things, the basic necessities a man would need from a woman who's to be a helpmeet to him.
Right.
I mean, I'm
I want to add something.
Go ahead. Somebody try to go.
Yeah, I want to add something. Because one thing I noticed, again, I don't have a daughter, but I will say that I do notice when it comes to daughters that a lot of men treat their daughters as like they keep a certain distance from them and they treat them as like these fragile creatures. And I think that what often happens is like their daughters become separated from reality, because a lot of dads, their immediate response, like, I gotta protect my daughter. And I don't think they expose them enough to the world sometimes. And often I don't think that they create a good dynamic where they show their daughter that they can be useful to a man in certain ways. Like as far as like little things like giving your daughter chores, having her do feminine duties throughout the house, and then in response rewarding her for a job well done. Like just little things like that, I think will set a daughter up to be a wife. Little things. Oh, you helped your mom with the dishes. Oh, sweetheart, that was amazing. I'm so proud of you. Like those little tidbits are things that are gonna I think encourage her and reinforce positive behavior, rather than like trying to constantly shield your daughters from like doing it. Oh, get out the kitchen, mommy got this. Oh, sit back here, sweetheart, baby girl. Daddy got that. Like, no, sometimes you gotta let your daughter be like, if you're working on something with the car, for example, and your daughter's sitting in the garage with you, hey, baby girl, pass me that screwdriver. Pass daddy that so and so. Pass daddy that XYZ, because I think that creates a conditioning for a daughter to be like, wow, like I can be of use to this man, and because of that, I can receive value from that. Like I can be of use to him in a positive way. And then I think that as they get older, they'll probably be more likely to mimic those behaviors with the other men they meet. So now when they're meeting men in the real world, it's like, well, you just want some ass. You don't want me to be useful in a way that's positive, that's beneficial. And they're gonna look for men that are doing positive, beneficial things. If a daughter's used to seeing her dad work on the car and used to handing him the screwdriver, and she's gonna be like, nigga, what are you working on? Because I need you to be working on something that I can hand you a screwdriver for, because that's the dynamic that I'm used to. So I think that's very important. But at the same time, I don't have a daughter, so this is all based off of just observation and third party perspective.
No, but you on to something though. You on to something though, Cloud, because I do believe that sometimes people just are too soft with their daughters. But like I was saying earlier, man, I put her to work. She learned how to like cook and help. And funny you say I had to help me with my car since she was a toddler, right? So I think it's extremely important because they have to have that structure. They have to have that discipline. And you just have to come to the reality that it's possible that she doesn't have a mate. And if not, then what? Are you going to take care of her forever? So you still have to prepare her for the just in case anyways. And with any child, you just have to discipline them early. They have to understand that discipline, that structure, and reward system, like you said, because otherwise they just going to be crazy.
I think most I'm getting feedback. I was listening to you, Cloud. I think most girls want to be up under daddy, right? And it's I can't speak for other brothers, but like for me, I don't shun my daughter away. The biggest thing that I've learned recently, and again, just I'm on the record, 3 boys, 3 girls. One of my daughters is married, the other one's engaged, and then Ladybug is graduating. So I'm trying to course correct one thing in real time with Ladybug, and that's the princess treatment. That's the princess treatment. One thing I discovered recently was, when I had been telling her, you know, telling my daughters, if you don't find a man that treats you like your dad, then he not good enough, right? And then I had to think about how long it took me to become the man that I am, right? And so to impose that type of expectation on a young man in her age range is unrealistic. You understand what I'm saying? So that princess treatment that we tend to give to girls, where to your point, you're right, sometimes we are too fragile with them. But for the most part, like, I know for me, my daughters wanted to like be around daddy, be up under daddy, and you just find something for them to do, or you find creative ways to
Really,
spend time with them. Yeah, go ahead.
really. But you said course correct. Is it a situation where you made a mistake early on and you trying to fix it?
Well, not course correct her. I'm saying my mindset internally. I'm saying I'm adjusting my mindset. Yeah, I'm adjusting when I get new information, I'm not one of those, I know everything about nothing and this just the way it is and this the way it's going to be. If I get new information and it makes sense, then I'm going to adjust my thought process and embrace it. So I don't deliver that message to her anymore in terms of, uh, if you can't find if you messing with a little boy and he ain't as good as your daddy, you see what I'm doing for you, he ain't good like you did, like good as me, he ain't right for you. That's definitely the wrong message to send to a young lady. Well, to my daughter, that's the wrong message to send to her.
All right. So yeah, Clout, what you were describing was that quote from G. Michael Hoff, that we typically attribute to boys, but it's hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. In my estimation, I think we're on the third leg of that currently right now. Our grandfathers and fathers was a hard times create strong men create good times. We're now in good times. Everybody's living, we chilling. We get PPP loans and everybody got AC and cell phones and, everybody got a nice fancy car. It's not hard. And so we're in good times. But unfortunately, because of these good times, we're creating weak men. We talking about girls. We in these good times, we've created weak women. And that's what I think Clout was saying. It's like, look, man, not my girl. I know what my daughter, I know what I went through. So my daughter ain't gonna go through that. Things are gonna be easy. And what we're doing, every kid has an iPad. Every kids got phones at age 10, smartphones, a full computer. No, there's nothing that we don't buy for the children. So is that hurting them? And that's what I think Clout was mentioning, because what comes from that is the fourth leg, which is coming up soon, you guys. It's the weak men or weak girls. Hard times is coming. It ain't hit us yet, but you guys better hold on when it gets here. Especially if we got a bunch of weak boys and weak girls out here who don't know how to get along with each other, don't know how to talk to each other, talking back, don't respect their teachers, don't respect their elders, don't give a fuck about working, don't care about hard work, lazy.
Ow.
Hard times is coming as a result of that.
Well, let me ask y'all something. I think this might try to paint the picture of what I really was wanting to say. First of all, I think the number one important thing a woman is to do, our daughters is to do, is actually require marriage before any intimacy or sexual interaction with a man. I think that'll actually get you a step closer to marriage. Having the basic things that we discussed, as far as being able to cook, clean, and be able to carry yourself with some type of class as a woman around men, those are good things. But I think the most important thing is you got to ask yourself, have you been in a relationship with a woman and her behavior or the things she thought were supposed to be a certain way didn't actually align with how you thought it would be? You get what I'm saying? And then you have to ask yourself, okay, who raised you? I mean, no, that's not the right way. And then you get an argument. And what I'm saying is, there should be some. I don't want to say she need to be an empty vessel, but I think it's important for us to step in and try to help vet. If we were to help our daughters choose, we would know how. I think we would have a cheat code or a cheat sheet to go by to say, okay, like I know this dude, you know, he's a decent guy. I approve of him. But if you don't change these things or if you don't have these things, that's not gonna work. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I get it. I get it what we're trying to do, but I think every man, we gotta understand, we gotta compensate that every man is gonna wanna actually fit his women the way he want her to be with him. And it may not necessarily be the way we want it. You know what I'm saying? So her having some sort of I don't want to use the term intimacy, but I don't know what term I had it on my mind earlier, but it's where you have enough room in your cup to be able to pour more
Impressionable.
into it so that you can be compatible for the man that actually chose you to be his wife. You get what I'm saying?
I think you're talking about being impressionable.
Thank you. Impressionable. Yeah, because if she's impressionable as a young girl and she's requiring marriage, I think those are the two key things. I mean, above all of those other things. I think for the most part, a man, it's easier for the man to deal with the lack of physicalness or whatever that she has than her not being impressionable or even requiring marriage to give up the box and racking up bodies and soul ties and sexual trauma. I think just getting in there first and then saying, hey, look, yeah, you're a little heavy, maybe work on this. Because she's so impressionable and she's submissive and all those things, and she's just gonna fall in line.
Well, to add to that, I think maybe a big reason why we might be having some of those issues nowadays is because we got to look back at like where marriage comes from. You know, there was a time where like tribes were small, people had religions where all these people in the same group have the same ideals and values, right? So I think it was a lot easier to keep that instilled in like a daughter when like whoever she would be marrying is more likely to be from the same ideology that you're from, you know. But I think part of the trouble we're having today is there's so many different ideologies, there's so many different religions, there's so many different styles of parenting. You know, some people want to raise their kids like hippies, you know, free love. Some people want to raise their kids with strict standards. Some people raising their kid to believe in, you know, believe whatever God you want to believe in. Some people raising their kids strictly Muslim, strictly Christian, you know.
And raising
So
them to be independent.
right, and to be independent, exactly.
That's
So
gonna make it
it's
way harder for her to be a wife.
exactly. So I think it requires a lot more community to accomplish that.
All right, I do got this poll that I did put up. Only a few votes came in. We had 26 people have voted. The question was, can a man raise a daughter to be a wife? 73% said yes, and 26% said no. I want to thank everybody that did vote the poll. So we got some folks that said no.
Yeah. So, JR, but throw the scroll back up again on the original question from the video. I forget what it was. You still got it? It was gone. Oh, what are you arming your children with when they go into the world? What tools are you giving your children when they go out into the world? So for me, being divorced twice, many people tell me, Shan, how can you give advice after you failed in marriage 2 times? And I argue that my perspective is actually the best because I've been on both sides of the mountain. But from there, I also say I do not teach from my successes. I teach from my failures. When I talk to men and I'm telling them, you know, or they having some issues with I don't tell them, hey man, this is what you should do that's going to work. I usually tell them this is what you don't want to do because I did it and it made shit worse. And so you can't shame people into greatness, but I believe in shame because you can shame them to avoid minuteness or mediocrity. You can shame somebody to not be a fuck up. You can't necessarily shame them to be great, but you can help people not be fuck ups. And if you show them how you fucked up, oftentimes that can give somebody some insight that they don't typically have. So when we're arming our children with what they should go into the world, what a lot of people do is try to say, this is what's good. This is what's good. This is what's good. JR, I put a someone was detected at your front post camera. I put a can you share the screen thing I just put up? This right here, I'm not gonna play the audio, but this right here is Sexy Red about 2 weeks ago at a country western concert. She went up there and she started doing the twerking and all this. And the big conversation around this 30-second clip was that this is how they look at y'all. This is what they see when they see y'all black women. And so she's just up there just bouncing her ass, and they just up there playing country western music, and they laughing. And I know a lot of people think that they're laughing with, or a lot of people like her think that they're laughing with her, but they're really just laughing at her. You can kill it, JR. And so what happens is, I think it's important that we equip our children with what not to be. And we show our children, when it comes to our daughters particularly, we say, this is what you don't want to do. Not necessarily, I want you to do this, because everybody's going to be different. They may not do what you think is best, and it may not necessarily be best for them. But we can pretty much come to a common understanding of what is bullshit. We could come to an understanding of what we don't want people to be. We don't want laziness. We don't want mediocrity. We don't want sluttiness. We don't want hoes. We don't want fake everything. We don't want illiteracy. We don't want that that when you type on your text message, you short every word, and you use no punctuation, and it's just a one big long run-down sentence in a big paragraph when you're talking to somebody. And then you say, oh, I'm just doing that for text messages. But then next thing you know, you're doing that on your job application, and the employer is like, they just throw your shit in the trash. We can teach our children, and I do this for my sons, but if I had daughters, I would do the same. I would say, this is what I don't want you to do, because what you should do may be different for you, but if you pay attention to these people over here who are a mess, who's getting laughed at, who you don't want, and this is what they're ending up like. And remember, I'm 51 years old, and so I have a whole lot of people in my age range who's failed, women and men. But since we talk about women, a lot of failed women, and these women is going to want you to join them, because misery loves company, and they're going to want you, they're going to want you, like I say, they want you to join the Golden Girls Club, and they're going to give you bad information. But all I want you to do is look, does she have the life that you want? Does that auntie, does Big Mama, is she currently at her old age living the life that you want? And you be like, no, I don't want that, daddy. Then guaranteed, don't do what she did. And I think if we were to show our children the failures and teach them from a don't do this position, I think we'd give them a lot of equipment to be able to navigate a positive lifestyle once they get older.
All right. Guys, just tuning in. Welcome to King Talk. Let me go ahead and have a few super chats might have came through. Chicago really gifted one Lapeef membership. Salute to you, sir, for that. I can't get it to come up. There it is. Get the one Lapeef membership. Thank you, sir, for that. And also, Chicago really again says, make sure the likes match the views, family. King Talk. Share the video. What's the one you love? Thank you for that. So y'all are really, y'all make sure y'all go ahead and share the stream and hit that like button if you haven't already. A lot of great interactions going on in the chat. Thank you for that as well. Let's go ahead and get into it. I'll go ahead and play this. It's a decent clip, man, but what the real reason Africans created polygamy. The real reasons Africans created polygamy. Is anybody for polygamy on the panel? Yeah. Anybody? Okay. And White the only one? Okay. Trev is for it too.
If that's your thing, you know what I mean? If that's
No,
your
that's not what I
thing,
asked.
then,
No, he said, "Is that your thing?" Is what he asked.
Is that your thing? I can't do it. No, if that's the question, no.
You can't do it. That sounds like you're being restricted. That's not the question, Trev.
Okay, how about this? Do you agree with it?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Well, polygyny. I got to be clear about that. But yeah, not polygamy. Polygyny,
Okay, what's the difference? I don't know.
where males are allowed to have more than one partner, not the other way around. I don't believe that a woman should have multiple husbands.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip, man, and then we're going to get into it. I see some people are excited to talk about this. Obviously. We'll go ahead and play this clip.
Polygamy and Islam and popular culture seems to go hand in hand. So where did this idea come from?
From Arabism, people watching the Arab world, looking at Arab history, where people are having 100 wives and these harems. None of that is Islamic. Matter of fact, it's fundamentally anti-Islam. O ye Muslim men, take from among the orphans and the widows of your brothers killed in battle, as many as your heart can possess, mean you can love equally, treat fairly, up to 4. That was to keep other non-Muslim men from abusing them. There's nothing in the Quran that allows you to have multiple wives as a general proposition. Okay, there's only one occasion after the Battle of Badr, the first major revolutionary battle that Prophet Muhammad ﷺ takes part in. Some of the Muslim brothers get killed. Now their wives are orphans. I mean, their girl children are orphans and their wives are widows in a hostile Judeo-Christian environment. And so Muhammad says to the Muslim brothers, O ye Muslim men, take from among the widows and the orphans of your brothers killed in battle, as many as your heart can possess, meaning you can treat equally, up to 4. In African general culture, polygamy existed, but as the minority proposition, monogamy is the African proposition, not polygamy. Polygamy is the exception in African culture. But people love the idea of having more than one woman in a legitimate framework rather than dealing with the responsibility of building family. So that's what it came down to. And so these are the kinds of things we were struggling with at that time. And it still exists today. People still have the wrong reason. Let me tell you why Africans created polygamy. Even today, for every one male child, there's 2 to 3 female male children. Well, it was the same 1,000 years ago. The Africans decide, what do we do with the surplus Muslim population? Female population. Europe took the surplus female population and made them whores and prostitutes. Africa didn't do that. Africa said those who can afford to and could properly take care of should marry more than one woman, so that your female population get the same opportunity to have families and children like any other element of the population, and you don't develop that whore class, prostitute class that developed in Europe. Is that plain enough?
No, very right. But with the African, I always hear people argue and they say historically Africans practice polygamy. So where did this get into the street history?
The same reason people are celebrating 50 years of hip-hop without dealing with the damage and the destruction hip-hop did to black community in that 50 years. Now white people want to make some more money off of them, milk them like great cows again, so now they're going to have 50-year celebration, but some glorious music dance tradition that never happened that way. And so the same way when we look at polygamy, we don't ask why polygamy, where polygamy, who polygamy, how polygamy. We just talk about polygamy. Some poor guy who can barely grow 2 rows of beans, how's he gonna have 2 wives and take care of 2 wives, all right? Those people who took more than one wife was people who had the wherewithal to take care of more than one wife, because you had to provide a separate home for each of those women, all right? And you had to provide for them equally. And that polygamy was not a male-controlled institution, it was a female-run institution. You didn't choose who your wives are gonna be. Your wives chose who your wives are gonna be.
So the first wife would choose the other wives?
That's right. Not just the first wife, but the first wife, her mother, your aunties. The women of the house made that choice. Okay? Depending on the needs of the house. And your capability to afford to take care of another family element.
So
which was made polygamy a minority function, not a majority function.
So polygamy should not be a conversation in modern day black community?
No. We're not capable of taking care of one woman, let alone multiple women. I felt that way in the 60s. I feel that way now. Because that didn't make me happy with the Muslims of that day, because everybody was running toward that trend. And so I told him, well, you can pack up and leave the Muslim mosque in because it's not going to be practiced here.
But when they approach polygamy, they don't understand the concept of providing for numerous
They're just
women.
looking for sex.
Sex.
It's all about sex, okay? And they don't even understand sex. The average black man or white man don't even know how to make love to a woman, you know. They're caught up in poor white cultural fantasy.
All right, there you go. The real
So,
reason Africans created polygamy. Go ahead, Mark.
so I agree with him about a couple things. One, that most people, when they think about it, view it from a sexual standpoint. And if that's the reason behind it, it's easier to just stay in this society right now where people just loosely sleep with each other and jump from person to person and don't actually create family structures. The goal of it is to create families for people that would not be able to have a husband and not be able to carry on. Like, so if it's one man and it's 10 women, 9 of those women are forever doomed to not be able to reproduce and not have a man. If we're in a situation where there are not enough men that would be labeled husbands or capable husbands, then you run into a situation where you either have a lack in society or you find an alternative solution. And it's my belief that that alternative solution is possible. When he says that it's based only off of, and we could check with an Islamic scholar to correct me if I'm wrong on this. Yes, it is for times of war and if the person is deceased. However, that still speaks to the issue of lack. So there is not a man to take that place in those women's lives to add covering to those women and leave those other 9 outside of it. The way people talk about it is strictly sexual. If you ever listen to me talk about it, it's never from a sexual aspect. It's always from, this is what it would take to rebuild families, or this could be a potential thing to help rebuild families from a community standpoint, from a family-based standpoint, from a creating a union of people. It's not the sex is the easiest thing to get nowadays. One of the things he said was to prevent a whore class. We're at that whore class where everybody's out here doing that. We're past that point. I get his point in saying that it's not feasible for the masses because most people don't have a relationship. If you can't have a relationship, what do you look like trying to get 2, 3, 4? It's improbable. But if you can do what's necessary in one relationship and create a successful household and you can replicate that, I see no reason why you shouldn't try and do that if you can do that within reason. Mind you, it's a harder task than just being a bachelor and having sex with all the women you want. Because if it was just sexual, you could do that very, very easily. So that's my stance on it.
I want to get Hink in there before anybody else go because he haven't spoken. Hink, I believe you are not for it. All you just need is one woman. But hearing that perspective and how you broke it down, what are your thoughts about it?
Nah, I still ain't for it. First things first is the reason why I don't have the patience to deal with multiple women. I don't have the patience for that. Is the main reason why I won't do it. Plus, I'm a hog. I don't like sharing. And now I got to split myself up between. Nah, I'm not doing that either. But look here, man. For those who want to do it, man, hey, good luck with it. I wish you nothing but the best. I'll live through your stories. That's about as close as I'm gonna get to that bullshit.
That's got to be bullshit, Hank. So
Yeah.
you also
this is why I say it's bullshit. Because Marcus, we already know how hard it is to find one good woman. Now you got to go out there and find a second one. You asking a lot, especially if you're gonna stay within our community. It's not easy, and then you got to find the ones that are willing to make this sacrifice because it's gonna be a sacrifice for them. Please believe you me. It's gonna be a sacrifice for them. We know how some women are, how some women get jealous and feel like, oh, I feel like Marcus spend way more time than me, even though it may. Then 5 minutes will make a big difference in a woman's eyes. Yeah, I don't want them problems.
Yeah, so I would agree with you in the stance of if that's not something you want to do, you shouldn't be forced into doing it. I wouldn't force that on anybody. But at the same time, Um, like I said, it's a management of personalities and it's a skill set. So if you wanted to, if you wanted to dedicate the time or learn to do that, I'm sure you probably possibly could, but it sounds like something that you'd rather not do. So you are gonna stick to monogamy or stick to being single and doing what you want to do, which I can respect and I won't put that on no other man to do. But I would hope that even if you won't take on additional families, which I think you already do, you would mentor additional people within like so your son's friends that did not have a father figure. Hopefully, you step in and provide what polygamy is. What I'm suggesting polygamy essentially provides by being that male role model for those kids. And I personally believe, and the research kind of indicates it, that when the man is in the home, or at least a majority of the time in the home, there's a different outcome for the kids' way of thinking, mind state, and the outcome overall for those kids. So even as a mentor, it's limited. We only one man. Unfortunately, we can't get all the brothers on the same page to want to move in the same direction. And I think it's easier to build strong children than repair broken men sometimes. So my thought process is through repairing of the children or building the children up and attempting to repair the men where we can. But I can implant specific ideas, specific ways of life, specific ways of knowing into the children, and that can foster. So that can grow out, as opposed to trying to catch somebody that I worked with for 2 years and they backslide, and I'm looking at them like, yeah, bro, I tried my best with you, and there's nothing I can do with this. But when I look at my kids, I can say, I see the growth, I see the potential, and I see that everything I'm doing is not in vain. That's just kind of how I look at it.
So, Marcus, if you're doing that to be a mentor to a kid, why don't you just take your ass down to the Boys and Girls Club and voluntarily? Fuck that shit. I'm not taking on the goddamn boys too. I don't
You
want them
can.
issue.
I asked. That's what you. I asked if you weren't gonna do that. If the men like yourself who are upright, righteous men would do that. That was exactly what I just asked.
I think the
Well, yeah,
question.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I do now. And even though he's in college, when I go over there and I drop stuff off, food or waters or whatever the case may be, I sit in their dorm room and just sit on his bed. They all circle around. We just sit around and talk about bullshit, talk about nothing.
That's neat.
Really, it's just to break the monotony. You know what I'm saying? Just as what JR like to call it. Then we start to get into other situations and details, or maybe what's going on in the world, and just to get their views, and then give it a view from a different aspect, from a 18 and 19 or 20-year-old, now from a 48-year-old man. I don't have no problem. But now you want me to take in a goddamn mammies?
I don't want you to do anything. I don't want you to do anything outside of. I'm saying if you so move to do it, then I'm not blocking you from doing is what I'm saying, and I'm saying that it can be extremely positive. Like those boys that you mentoring, do any of them call you on a regular to check in with you and get advice from you as an elder statesman?
Yeah, there's one of them that calls me. They don't call, they text. So
okay,
there's one of them that texts me. So and I give him some advice, man. I make sure he don't live in the same cubicle, because in their dorms is like 4 bedrooms within one cubicle of their living situation. Well, he lives like in a building across the hall. So I make sure I text him, hey man, I'm over here, man. If you want to come through, hang out with us. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. But now, look, I'm not sharing this dick with no other woman but my wife.
Well, I wouldn't even be mad. Hank, I wouldn't even be mad if people said they wasn't gonna have a like the way I would even propose it is this, and I know men ain't gonna do this, but if they said I'll only be monogamous to my wife and sponsor the family in this way, I would be fine with that. What I'm talking about is like community building. It's not, because again, remove the aspect of responsibility from the family, and then it's just about sex, right? It's much easier ways to just have sex than to adopt a whole family, than to create a whole nother family. Most people, when they talk about it, I think they speaking specifically into the sexual aspect. That's the furthest thing.
Yeah, but Marcus, it sounds like I hear what you're saying. You're saying it's not about sex because we can get sex easy. That's no big deal. It ain't about sex. It's about family building. It's about building. But why? I understand where Hink is coming from, because my question to you, Marcus, I think is what Hink is saying. Why create children in your own image when we got so many out here that don't have a father at all?
I'm not against that.
If it's no, I know you're not, and you said you don't. Just now, you even said I don't have a problem just being monogamous to your wife and taking on another family. My thing is, why would monogamy even be on the list? And if it is on the list, shouldn't it be at the very bottom of the list when there's so many other options and necessities and requirements and things that we need to happen right now before monogamy and just picking up another woman and creating a family?
Are you talking about monogamy or polygamy?
I'm sorry, polygamy. I'm using the wrong word. Replace everywhere I said monogamy, replace it with polygamy. Why?
So all right. So to answer that,
polygamy, shouldn't polygamy be at the bottom of the list when there's so many other? If it's all about community, like you say, and it ain't about sex, it's a whole lot of other things that you and a lot of other polygamous brothers can do to achieve this community before they get to just bringing on another wife and creating new kids.
So I in true fashion of what I believe in leadership, it's much easier to lead people underneath your leadership umbrella. Once you've adopted them, if they've adjusted and became part of that umbrella, then you can move as one. I believe in moving as one. It's going to be extremely hard for me to say, okay, this is how we move it as a family over here. I have no tie, connection, or responsibility to this family, and I also instruct them on how to move. That's a hard reach, but it would be much easier if they are underneath the umbrella of my family members.
So it's about being you lazy is what you're saying.
Nah,
you're saying I don't want to do. You don't want to do.
That's a mischaracterization.
Nah, I think I understand. I just want to add. I want to add because I think I understand where Marcus is coming from, and I think this was all addressed. This was all addressed by what the guy said in the video, right? Because when the guy talked about polygyny in the video, he specifically talked about widows, people who had abandoned children. So to address the concern that Hank and Shannon have is, truthfully, I would say that the solution would be that anybody who is taking on an additional wife, right? That additional wife should have to be somebody who either is widowed or has children. You get what I'm saying? Like your first wife could be a virgin, don't got no kids. You want to start a family with that? I think that's cool. So I agree with you on the starting multiple family things. I see where that can get sticky because you might be starting 10 new families or 3-4 new families, 3-4 new wives. Meanwhile, there's 4 women out there that have kids that have no guidance, no father for the children. So if we're keeping it true to what the gentleman in the video was saying is the purpose of polygyny, then that would be how it would function. Men would only take on multiple wives from those who are the victims of warfare or to save the women from whoredom. Right, so that's really what it's there for. I think that's a viable that makes sense to me, and I think that combines with what Marcus was saying because it's like if that's not your woman, she's not following your lead. Period. Like a woman's not following your lead just because you're a smart guy that knows stuff. That has to be your woman. Like unless you have that connection with her on that level, she's not gonna submit. She's not submitting to you in a physical way. She's not submitting to you in an emotional way, in a mental way either. So I think that the whole point of the consummation of the relationship in a sexual way is for the purpose of being able to get the woman under the man's umbrella, like Marcus said, so that the children then can be respected and can respect him in that way, and then it creates the hierarchy.
I can dig that. I can dig that.
You just wanted to disagree with me, Clout. What I was going to
no, because the way your version, Marcus, sounded like you want to create new children, make new babies, and your kids. What Clout just said is basically modern day warfare. Today in 2024 warfare, it's not guns and spears, but it's like the fucking society is killing motherfuckers, is killing off men. So go and get those women. I like what Cloud said, but Marcus, you made it seem like I need to make a new baby.
Oh well, the new baby. But I also said if you was gonna be in a relationship, monogamous, and you adopted a family without even ever having any sexual interaction with them.
You said that at the end, right before I start speaking. I said I got that. I hear you.
Hey, you guys. I know Darwin was trying to get in there too. I know we got to get Rilla and Trev, and then we'll come back around.
So I would say I think the people who are into having multiple wives or want to have multiple wives, I think you just need to get away from feeling the need that because you want to do it, it's got to be associated with the betterment of the community or some shit like that. If you want 2 bitches, you just want 2 bitches. If you pull it off, you can pull it off. Oh, excuse my language. If you want 2 women, and just say that you want 2 women, bro.
Gee, shit.
He got his ass cooked.
I think
He ain't lying. He ain't lying. He keeping it G.
And I think we live in a liberated world now, man. The things that the man was saying in the video, much respect to him. I don't know him, but it's from an old age. It's from an old way to operate, using that style of relationships. Today, women and men are coming together, and it's not necessary the man having to take care of the woman or having multiple women and have to take care of multiple wives and having to meet a criteria that, oh, as long as I can take care of both of them, I can have them. No. These women are coming in and taking care of a third of the resources. It's split 33. Will give you 99%, 100% of the resources.
That was my point. We already live in that world.
That's what but I'm saying, like,
what I'm arguing for is added responsibility for men. I'm not adding. Men have as many women as they want right now. I don't know about y'all, but most of the people I know growing up had at least 2, 3, 4, 5 women at a time. They Monday, Tuesday, take a week off. They've been doing that. It's just been zero responsibility and accountability for the outcome of the women. Then they get them pregnant, go off on their own and adopt a new person, and then just keep cycling through that, never get married, and those kids be raised in single homes, and he end up old in a retirement home. I'm talking about shared mutual responsibility between the two of them because they form some form of a covenant. I'm not coming from, I just want to have two women, right? I'm gonna use the word women, Bruce. I'm not coming from that form. You're not easy at it. You could what is they $40 for prostitutes? You get $80, you got two. There you go. Now it's much easier than anything else.
Yo, where you finding them at for $40?
I don't know. I ain't never bought a prostitute, but everybody on TV say $40 holler. I get them for $40 and all this other shit. Man,
but at the end of the day, man, just
hey yo, don't get those. Don't get the $40.
I don't think you need to explain it. I mean, man, look at the society. For crying out loud, we live in a community. We live in a country where men and women can be together. I don't know how anybody can gag at the fact of a man having multiple wives when he's been smashing multiple chicks for decades. You get what I'm saying? So, like, yeah, I get it. I don't want to have two responsibilities, but I don't think that's the dynamic of a relationship. I think a man and a woman and another woman is coming together, or whatever way it is, and they all have an equal responsibility for the resources and everything that come into the household. And I can see how that makes sense. I'm not saying that I do it. I have a wife, we don't operate like that, but I can see how it makes sense. If I got a woman who like women and she want a girlfriend, we both can have a wife or something like that. I think that's as far as the explanation needs to go for it to be a legitimate reason for you to do it. I mean, if you sitting up here and saying, there's women out there that ain't gonna have a husband, and I want to be the sacrificial lamb to be the one to go out. Fuck that, man. Just get you two bunnies and go ahead and go to the house.
I do want to add something.
He got cooked.
Nice ad lib, JR.
I just want to ask a question to everybody, like, because this polygyny conversation actually came up on my Twitter timeline earlier this week, and the conversation that was actually happening was coming from someone who was actually, like, I think they said they were like the 20th child of like 23 kids of someone with like 5 wives, and they were adamant that they felt that polygyny was evil. And then under the comment, you know, and this was a lot African part of Twitter. There are a lot of Africans commenting, so there were a lot of other African people commenting saying that, you know, they feel the same way, that polygyny is evil and it causes a lot of drama and problems between families and a lot of bad blood and rivalries and things like that. So my question is, when we talk about this polygyny conversation, I feel as though there's not a lot of conversation about the outcome, right? Like, so we don't really talk about like what happens to the kids of those families. Like, what happens, like, okay, so once we get to the polygyny point and then the families are born, how does that play out afterwards? And like, what are the results of the people who come from those unions? Because it's not a question that I've gotten, you know, I haven't had a lot of conversations with people about it, but from what I saw on Twitter, just in that microcosm, it seemed like a lot of those people seem to feel negatively about their experience as being children born from polygyny.
That's fair. And I think when you look at anything in a microcosm, it can appear that way. If you listen to the general output of the men in this microcosm, it's not looking good for women. You know what I'm saying? If in a different microcosm, that are having successful families based off that, they might rave about it. Like some of the groups I was saying, I don't think I added the links, but you can find links of it on IG and in different community settings. The other thing is the results we have now couldn't be no worse. But they're gonna kill each other at 6 instead of 12. What these women will be out here acting crazier than ever. Like, what's the next step? Where do we go from here? Is my question. Like, we don't have a probable solution. Half the men on here say don't marry moms who got kids already. So where does that leave those moms and those kids? If we anti-stepmom and anti-step kids, so they just disqualified now, right? They just need to go on about their business, and then when they
somebody collateral
They might have
damage,
to be
brother.
somebody's
You gotta
second
leave them
wife.
behind.
I don't look at it that way. This is
Gotta
where
leave
we
them
differ.
behind. Save the
Let
kids.
me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think the black community is dead individually? Yes or no?
Yeah, I don't think we have a community, something that we can point to and say, hey, look, these are the standards and structures of the community, and if you ain't with it, you got to roll out some shit like that.
No, I was trying to
I
just get a
agree with
poll. Yes or no? Is the black community
No.
dead?
No.
I mean, yeah, I think
You think it's dead?
I think there's micro communities, but as far as like a whole community, like, hey man, everybody doing whatever the hell they want to do, and they not being scrutinized by it.
I don't think there's a black community, man. If you leave the United States, people not like if once you leave the United States, black people aren't even black. Like you know what I mean? Like the whole black thing is a very American and European thing. You get what I'm saying? So it's like we don't really have much of a community for sure.
Anybody else? Shannon, do we have a community or not?
No, we have a culture, not a community.
Okay.
And the culture is questionable, but we have
Really?
a culture, not a community.
Really? Do we have a community or not?
Somebody in the chat said the nigga community is alive and well.
Yeah, so regardless of whether it's right, wrong, and indifferent, we have a community, family.
Yes, we do.
We have a community. Regardless of what you think about it, we have a community. We got culture and community. What are we talking about?
What are you talking about?
Okay, what is it then? Like, okay, so
Yeah,
can
because
you explain-
Hold on.
We got
Do they have,
families.
like, killers or some shit like that?
When the last time y'all been on a family reunion?
Gentlemen, I hear you. I don't want to do the deep dive. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole.
When I was like
right?
8.
My family's still intact. We still going family reunion.
Hold on, y'all.
I'm sorry. I apologize, brother.
No, because I don't want to derail the show, and I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, right? Because we're all going to see it different, right? And so when he asking about community, the first thing we start pointing out is the negative. Regardless of what you think of it, right, wrong, or indifferent, our community exists. The same way white communities exist, the same way small hat communities exist, the same way Asian communities exist,
Indian communities,
all of them. All of them.
Rilla. We have.
I think community
Koreatown.
requires
We
you
have
to function on
Chinatown.
one accord.
No,
Yeah, we have Koreatown. We have Chinatown. We
no,
have
we can't,
the
no,
Jewish
no,
we have the Jewish communities.
hear
Hear me out.
family.
Because
family.
unless you're
Listen.
gonna say that we're the ones that rally around Martin Luther King Boulevard in every
No,
fucking major city.
See, this one.
All right, so
hold on.
what characteristics do black people have in common with us?
I gotta let him finish.
I gotta let that man cook.
Yeah,
This is what I'm saying. Regardless of what you think of it, regardless, I can come to LA, I can go in Atlanta, I can go in Detroit, I've been in New Orleans, all around community, fam. Listen, when I see another black man, listen, the dap, the nod, all the subtleties. That's only language. That is culture. Okay, Shan. That is culture. You're right. And community is the ones that determine the culture. Where do you think the culture is coming from, bro? It's coming out of nowhere. There's a community of people that participate in the culture. The whole okay. I don't want to go down the rabbit.
Like the whole culture.
I don't want to go down the rabbit hole.
Everybody's
I
in
know
our culture.
you guys
I think
are
you're gonna need to
arguing
go down the rabbit hole.
standard, and you're arguing uniformity. I'm telling you, and we could disagree. It's cool. I don't want to go. We could do that on another show, right? And talk about community and culture and all that. I'm in community. And that community in Chicago specifically, North, west, south side is all uniform. Whether anyway, the black community is not dead. It exists.
And it's
We're
hold
all
on, really.
in it.
Let me support you on this. Because I find it unique. A lot of people in Chicago would say, yeah, absolutely, we got a community. What are they talking about? Maybe that's because we got intergenerational families. My grandfather knew the homie down the street grandfather, and my mom went to school with his aunt. And if something happened, they whole family would be at the funeral. They whole family would be at the funeral. When people are struggling on the when my neighbor lost their home, we pitched together and tried to pay light bills and do all these extra things. The community within Chicago, I think, may just be different, and there are regions within it that link up into a larger black community. And I think you can witness it by how much people was going about, like this whole Drake thing. That was the community saying, "Hey, bro, stop that shit." If you look like the younger version of the community right now, saying, "Hey, bro,
hip hop culture." It was white, black, Asian,
that
Mexican.
hip hop is not."
All right, so
no,
it's
that
a
was
cultural
not.
thing. Here, no, let me listen. Y'all went 2 times, so listen to me. That's all I'm saying is this: the Chicago thing. You say you got community in Chicago, South Side Chicago. You know, I hear about all the blocks. That shit does not. Nobody in LA knows nothing about that or cares.
A lot of people from LA came from Chicago. Y'all gang culture came from Chicago. Y'all roots come from Chicago.
I know. Back when we had so listen, now it don't matter. Rolling 60s Crip ain't got nothing to do with the 60s out there. They don't even know them. And none of them come here to pay homage to where it started.
No, it started here, and then y'all they moved out there.
No, I ain't talking about disciples. Listen, all I'm saying is this: when we talk about community, hear me out. I understand what you guys are trying to convey. Community. I'm saying we have culture, not community. The community is broken, is fragmented. It's not about it, whether we like it or not. It's not there. It's non-existent. And so what I'm saying is the Italian community, East Coast and West Coast, they're connected. The Asian community, East Coast, West Coast, they're connected. The Puerto Rican community, no matter where you at, they're connected. Haitian community, whether they're in LA, in New York, or down in Haiti, they're connected.
Can you describe this connection that you're referring to? Just describe the characteristics of the connection.
Listen to me. But when it comes to the African American community, the black community, what's happening in Texas is completely different and separate and doesn't know anything that's going on with what's happening in LA, which has nothing to do with what's happening in Florida or happening in Atlanta, Chicago, or the DMV. These are different sects that they don't even give a fuck about what's happening in these areas.
Right.
So I'm simply saying community, when you talk about the small hat community, it doesn't matter where they live. It doesn't matter where in America on the planet, really. You can see that with Ben Shapiro. It doesn't matter where they are. Their community is connected far and wide. They go to the same synagogues, their church. We are so fragmented. We got the Church of God in Christ. We got all these, we got, I don't know how many different type of churches that we have that are few and don't even talk to each other.
Are you saying that there are different types of synagogues? Are you saying that there are cultural threads that tie us all together as black Americans throughout America?
I think what Shannon's saying is this.
There's no
I think
delineation movement.
I want to add to this. I want to add to this, right? I think what Shannon's essentially saying is that the common thread in those other communities, there's multiple threads that are woven together to make the fabric of their community, right? With the black community, it seems there's only one thread, and that one thread is our skin color. We're all black. Yes, we're all black. That's true. We don't have a language. We don't have a common religion. We don't have a common style of house we live in. We don't have a common way of governing our neighborhoods. We don't even have a universal style of dress. Niggas in DC rock New Balances, when niggas in Philly is rocking whatever. Niggas in LA is rocking khakis and Chucks. There's no uniform black community in that sense. So I get what Shannon's coming from. Now, if you combine everything together, then you have a black community. If you combine all the Caribbeans, you combine all of the different American cultures, different forms of black American culture together, yeah, then you have an overall widespreading black community. But even if you just go on Twitter, you literally got black Americans talking about Caribbeans like, oh, they're tethers, they're not even really black. Oh, they're Africans, not really. There's straight up division just amongst black people, and the reason for that division is because there aren't many common threads besides the skin color. And if I say to you, What makes the black community besides us sharing skin color? Y'all not gonna be able to really tell me nothing. We don't all worship the same God. We don't even eat the same foods, right? Like we don't all even speak the same way. So what are we talking about?
Right. We don't share
Look,
Like besides us being black.
Jewish
so
community
look, the
shuts
people that
down
like, if you
Saturday.
immigrated here, then I would agree. And I like, so if you immigrated to America, I would agree. You would say that there's no black community. The people that were like foundationally here will tell you we have a community, we have a culture, and the people you saying are saying that, right or wrong, they're a portion of my community. I would prefer them not be attacking nobody else, but they're attacking them on behalf of the fucking community that exists.
Let me get Trev in there real quick. Go ahead, Trev.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back to the original. I ain't gonna weigh in on what they was just talking about. So the dude, he gave out a couple of gems, but then at the same time there's some bad information. A lot of people keep trying to say that there is like a surplus of women that men need to compensate for. As far as the world is concerned, depending on where you look, it's going to say 102 men to, or 101 men to 100 women. That's advantage woman. If you talk about the United States, you got about 98 to 100 women. So you talk about like what, 2% right there. And then even if you try to say that, oh, well, what about all the men that's in jail? Okay. You got 1.8
There's no such thing as Caribbean culture.
million.
Caribbean culture don't exist. How about that? How about that, Clout? Since you want to play in the motherfucking comments, that shit don't exist neither.
That's a fair argument.
Okay, well then we
Build on
good.
that. That's a fair argument. I would say there's Jamaican
Wait,
culture.
how y'all gonna just step
I
on
would say
Trev
there's
in the middle?
Jamaican culture. I say there's Trinidadian
Wait,
culture.
Hold on, y'all.
Yeah.
Wait.
We just cut off Trev, y'all.
My fault, Trev. I apologize, brother.
In the middle of the sentence.
All good. All good. All right, so we have that aspect about there's slightly more women, but not really. And even if you say, okay, all these people that are incarcerated, right? It's not that many. It's 1.8 million out of well over 300 million people, right? And even if you say, well, damn, a lot of women use all these excuses, and then they'll say, oh, well, it's a bunch of men that are gay. But the last recorded weigh in, there are nearly double, which is like 8.5% versus like a little over 4% of men that are gay. So there's more gay women. So no matter how you spin it, there's not like a bunch of women out here that men need to compensate for. So that's a false narrative that a lot of people like to bring up. So I kind of agree with what Bruiser was talking about when he said, listen, if that's what you want to do, then go ahead and do it. And I'm not. Now, I would say treat that as you would if you were in a monogamous relationship. So just as you take care of your one wife or original wife, you would do the same thing for your second wife if that's what you wanted to do, right? And of course, don't have like, how much you said, Carl? Like 23 children or something crazy? That's crazy. I don't think anybody can handle that, right? I do understand that you probably can have a few more because it's probably easier for two women to take care of, 4 children versus one taking care of 2, just because that community vibe is a little bit different, right? Y'all could share the responsibilities and delegate a little bit differently. So if that's your thing, then go ahead and do that, right? But you have to do it responsibly. Everybody needs to be taken care of. Your wives don't need to feel like they have any needs that are unmet, and your children certainly need to be taken care of. Don't be out here like Nick Cannon or NBA Youngboy or one of these cats who have different women in different places. If you're all in the same household and it's a community, then I don't really see the issue with that. As far as why we adapted it, shit, it's too many stories. I don't really know where it originated. I know it is 2024 now. Things are definitely different. But as far as the history that we have all heard, men have been able to do that. It's not something that most men can handle, though. I don't agree with that because a lot of us can't even handle one woman, particularly modern day women, right? If you were going to get into that, it would be a certain headache like Hank described, because a lot of modern women don't fit that mold that where you would be able to have multiple wives. But there are some women not generally in the West that would be just fine with that, where you can all get along and have one cohesive unit and a family. So if that's what you were going to do and you were going to do it responsibly, then I wouldn't judge it.
All right. Relano, you wanted to say something?
Listen, I'm gonna say this, and I'll be good with it. You know, it this has baffled me. I don't know why this is bothering me so much. You know, if we were to have a discussion around the state of the community, right? Or if it's good or bad, does it need work? You know, those are worthy discussions to have. But it's wild to me, you know, if it is the Black community dying, that's a worthy discussion too, right? That's why I said I didn't want to deep dive into this. Culture is a collection and the result of communities, right? You talk about hip hop culture. There's a whole community, what Marcus was just talking about, which me and him had been building on the back end. There's a whole community of people that are talking about gatekeeping, right? You can't have culture without community. What I was saying in terms of my travels, right? When I go, I seek out community of ALites. 9 times out of 10, those are people that look like me. We do have threads that bind us outside of our skin color because we share some of the similar experiences. When people get to demonstrating and rioting around a perceived injustice, what do you think that is? That's community coming together. When we have issues around you know, access to education, what is that? That's culture coming together? No, that's a community of people coming together, right? This whole political climate and season is community. Shannon, you're part of a fraternity or brotherhood. That's a community. And I'm talking about on the frat side and the military side. That's community. And that's a Black frat. That's community. Right? It's not uniform. See, the other part to that, what we were talking about, to be honest, dog, we look at other people and think we know so much about them as if they are so uniform and so much better than us. And they not. If you listen to them long enough, they have the same grievances within their communities. We the only ones that kind of put ourselves out there more, but then because we're in it, we can't see it. Right? So I'm going on mute. I'm gonna leave it alone. I wanted to apologize because I did get animated and passionate. And I think in the 2-3 years we've been doing this, I don't think me and Shan have ever had a crossword. But I vehemently disagree with you on this one, brother.
Yo,
Vehemently disagree.
I think you made great points, Rilla. I just wanted to ask you one question. What do you think? So your assessment is fair, right? I see why you see it as a community, and that's a fair assessment. So I would ask you then, usually a community has like a hub or a center. Would you agree with that? And if so, if you do agree, what would you say is the hub or center of the Black community?
America. The answer is fucking America. Black Americans are the center of Black Americans. We have
No. That's not what I mean. I feel like that's not what I mean. Like, for example, if I was to say the Jewish community, right? You would be able to say, okay, the center of the Jewish community is the synagogue. If I was to say the Muslim community, you would say the center of that community is the mosque. If I was to say, you know, Chinese community or whatever, maybe the center might be somewhere else. So I'm really trying to figure out, like, for the Black community, what is the hub or the center of Black community as far as in each individual community, not like on a wide scale like America. Like, if I was to go into Chicago or go into LA or go into New York, into these individual Black communities, what would you say is the pillar or the
I
thing
think
that defines that community?
Yeah, so usually for me, it's the gathering spots where we're at, right? Like you're looking for a physical landmark that identifies, but you kind of named a whole bunch of things on a micro level. So yeah, mosque is, so I could say the church, right? Because you name synagogues, mosque, I would say the black church, right? Would be a type of meeting place. But that all those things, what you're saying, doesn't necessarily define. I guess what Shannon would say would be more akin like a Mexico town in Detroit or a Germantown in Philly, Chinatown in Chicago, New York. I guess LA has one too. Those type of landmarks. But even without those places, the Chinese would still exist within that construct, right? So it's for us, it's the gathering places. And the thing about our community is that we're fluid.
Right,
It's our
but the
so in
thing is, when you
Chicago,
think
like
of
specific.
Chinatown,
Go ahead.
not to cut you off, but when you think of
No, you
Chinatown,
good.
right,
Mhm.
a vision comes in your mind. Like you see red and gold, you see dragons floating, you see the little red orbs hanging from the ceiling, you see the fruit stands on the street. When you think of like a Italian town, you think of the red and white tablecloths. You think of the the open spaghetti, pasta, meatballs, pizza. So I'm
If
just curious, like, what would
Yeah,
you define that as for
Yeah.
Black culture? What would be those things? I mean, or for the Black
You
community?
know, when we tried to do that, what happened? They burnt that shit down.
Yeah, but even with that, but Trev, I would push back that that's no
No,
excuse
but
now. Like
I'm
that's
not
not happening
asking that though.
anymore.
I'm saying, what does that look like though? Like when you think of what's the visual that comes to mind when you think of Black Wall Street?
Yeah,
When you think of
no, no,
Harlem,
no,
what's the
no.
defining imagery? Because
No.
if I think of Brooklyn right
Clout.
now, where the Jews live, I can visualize what their community looks like off top. Like I can visualize it. Their neighborhood is a reflection of their community, and there are certain things that are standards throughout their entire community that all the people share. I know that once I see someone wearing all black with that furry hat, I know what community he's part of, right? So I'm just asking. I'm not saying these things don't exist. I'm
Yeah,
just
let me
challenging
see
your
if I
point
can.
to say, what would you say those symbols are in our community to help better define what we're talking about when we talk about the Black community?
But besides a physical or visual symbol, I would think that one thing that can let you know that we have a community is if, let's say, one of us good law-abiding citizens get into some shit and we don't have any attorney fees. We can go to our community and they say, hey, we're gonna take care of you, like these other communities. Or I got a business that's out on the street and then it gets destroyed or get vandalized. And they say, oh no, you're part of the Black community. Don't worry, we're gonna take care of that. We have resources set behind. Like if, let's say, like the nail salon, Asian nail salon get vandalized or destroyed. I'm assuming that somebody within their community, the Asian community, is gonna get them, is going, set things straight for them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
all right,
but
so
Bruiser,
I don't know if that makes
We don't
sense.
got that for the
a
Black
great
community.
example.
yeah,
Yeah.
so the day after
You on your own.
I
so
think
the day Shannon, the day after George Floyd protests and all of that stuff happened, it was people out there in abundance cleaning up lots, putting like cleaning out like the spots that was vacant. When it didn't happen as much in our specific community because the last time it did was during the King riots. They tried to go downtown and the police, you know what they did? They sectioned off the white community and let bridges up to force. Matter of fact, our on ramps onto the highway is specifically easy access for tanks to flow into our communities so that if we did revolt, then they would be able to attack easier. Our on ramps
right.
are made in a specific way for that.
No, I know. I get what you're saying, but they did that to your neighborhood.
That's
You
a
mean
neighborhood. I wouldn't call that a
No,
community. I
it's
don't
so
live
it's
there.
built like
a
that throughout
neighborhood?
Chicago's black neighborhoods, which are the black community. If you
Okay,
come
so
on
what did
June,
they do? What did they do in Texas at the same time? What did they do in Chicago? Not in Chicago, in
so
New
all right,
Orleans?
so
What did
Juneteenth,
they
that's
do in
something
LA?
that
What
so
happened? What happened in Vegas?
I get because our community is always evolving past the process of what we trying to recover from, right? One of the things would be Juneteenth. If you come to Chicago, it's plenty parades and you see black, red, and green flags flying everywhere. That week or two prior to, you see that shit all down Jackson, all down Madison. It's plenty of those. We got Bud Billiken parades. We have things that are specifically for our community that occur within there. And if you stand on a national level, the best thing I could give you would be Juneteenth. The best thing I could give you would be Black History Month on a national level. But Just you have a Jewish community in Chicago that circumcises and sucks the blood up out of the penis doesn't mean the Jewish community in Texas still practices that. People have different traits throughout those things. It's one of the reasons I could decipher California slang, because the roots of what they're saying is very similar to Chicago slang. I think I talked to you about this before with Mozzie. I'm like, I don't know, when he be talking, I'm like, I can hear everything he's saying and interpret it without nobody from Cali needing to explain it to me, because it derives from things that I commonly understand within a culture. We have shared experiences throughout
I understand
that.
I was gonna say that's cultural, but you said it yourself.
I just want to challenge one
So,
thing you said though, right? Because you
Well,
brought
hold
up
on, Cloud. Let
Juneteenth
me
and Black History Month, and Juneteenth and Black History Month, respectfully, and I'm not trying to do this to cause an issue, but Juneteenth and respectfully, those are both holidays that were approved by the white power structure. Like, those are not holidays that Black people as a quote unquote community came together and created for the benefit of Black people. So I noticed that a lot of the things that you're saying represent Black community are not things of Black creation or things that are maintained by Black people.
We
So
could even get Kwanzaa together.
that's why
And
I'm
Dr.
challenging this
Tarang is my
idea of
teacher.
Black community, right? Because if we're going to say that these are the tenets of Black community, but then we're not the ones who put these tenets there, who instilled them or who created them, then is that really our community?
We rejected
So
it.
we got
Kwanzaa
those
was-
things. We
Kwanzaa
got
was
those
one of
things approved at a national. I think you conflating approval at a national level to be recognized. What we culturally would already do. That things we culturally, to be honest, a lot of counterculture is our community, and then the grander community adopts it, and then we try and create a counterculture from that. That's how we went from jazz to rock and roll to hip hop. That's if you go back to the civil rights movement, that was our community coming together, and we were extremely tight knit. I would even
What are the
argue that
Juneteenth practices? How do you celebrate Juneteenth, Marcus? How do you celebrate Juneteenth? What are the practices? What are the Black practices to celebrate Juneteenth? What do we do?
That's a fair statement.
I could tell you how to
Shannon,
celebrate
that's
Hanukkah.
cultural.
I could tell you
But-
how to celebrate Christmas. I could tell you how to celebrate Halloween. I
It's
could tell you how to
culture.
celebrate. I could tell you how to celebrate 4th of July, but I cannot tell you how to celebrate Juneteenth.
How are we having a community?
How have African Americans in America been free?
Sorry, JR.
Hold on, can we answer that question first? Because if we're
The
going to talk
answer
about
is
this,
in that.
if that is our
You
biggest
talking
example
about
of community is Juneteenth, how do you celebrate Juneteenth?
So what I said earlier.
What are the pillars? What are the
the answer?
pillars of
Barbecue.
Juneteenth and what it stands for? We got
Are
to
you
get.
gonna listen to
I
answer?
need to hear that. No, I'm listening.
Barbecue.
Barbecue. Okay.
Fireworks.
Barbecue. Listen,
Celebrate.
let me. It's a few
Go
things.
ahead, brother.
So, Rilla was talking about like injustice, and the community came together. You know, I remember when my frat brother, because Kaepernick kneeled in the NFL, and half the community was with it, and the other half was like, "Fuck that! I want to watch some football." Kaepernick himself said, "This is not about Black people. This is about all people who are unjustly brutalized by the police, white, Black, Asian, or Latino." So even though Black people came together and was like, yo, you know, this is really heavy on us, Kaepernick, the whole injustice, a lot of these injustices, just because Black people maybe headline it, we're not headlining it as necessarily a community, because the problems that whatever we're addressing happens to a whole lot of folk. You mentioned my fraternity. Yeah, my fraternity is a community. Kappa Alpha Psi is absolutely a fraternity. I mean, because we have a common goal in my fraternity. We follow a constitution and bylaws, and we have a creed. We have a motto: achievement in every field of human endeavor. And every member within my community, in my fraternity, understands that, and we are all lockstep and understand it from the time that we pledge until the time that we die, with a headquarters in Philadelphia.
I think we conflate the organization and community.
But hold on, let me finish, because everybody interrupts, and that we got to stop doing that. I went and looked up something. This brother named I forget his name, but he's the executive director of something, and he broke down the difference between culture. And I'm gonna just read what he said. He says, while culture helps us differentiate societies, community goes beyond mere description, fostering a sense of fellowship among individuals who share common attitudes, interests, and goals. That's what the community is. Unlike culture, which describes the collective identity, like hip hop. Community actively joins individuals, creating connections based on a pursuit of excellence of a shared vision of progress. And so what's happening is, where I think me and Cloud is trying to explain, we don't have a common shared vision of progress for Black Americans other than get money. Everybody want to get money though. We don't have a shared attitude. Like Cloud said, we don't have a shared dress. We don't even have shared interests. So I know we have the culture, and that's what we're trying to say. But to say that we have, and this is what Cloud was talking about when you talk about Chinatown or Koreatown, or you go to the synagogue and whatnot. We don't have that.
So all right, Shan.
We trying to say the church, but it's not the church.
Shan, let me ask you this. So you're saying it has to be uniform throughout all of America for it to be considered a community.
You said America, so yeah, it does.
All right, well,
Because
if your point is, are we locking step in a military?
What you're saying is you got a Chicago community,
right?
Because if it's not that, what you're telling me is you got a South Side Chicago community. I got a South Central LA community versus the Valley community versus Long Beach Compton community. Then we got a Florida community. We got a New Orleans community.
Right,
we got an Atlanta community.
And then they bleed. I'll interchange the word with culture, right? Whatever. So those cultures bleed into what becomes a large community. Those cultures bleed into. You say what?
I think what happened is what happened is these communities are segregated. Just like whenever
they used to be common though. We used to be together.
Yeah.
When did it change? After the
civil rights.
You know what?
They
when we integrated. I think once we integrated,
we was together nationwide.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Integration,
Darwin. So what's the shared interest of the Jewish community? What's the shared interest of the Mexican community?
I think the Jewish.
But any of the other communities that y'all have named so far, what are these shared?
It's a lot of anti-Zionist Jewish people. It's a whole lot of Mexicans that transform into what would be what we are calling hip hop culture, and then I
think the Jewish community they value upholding the common goal is Judaism. I think their common goal is upholding and expanding Judaism.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
And that's whether doing it through Israel, whether it doing it through wherever. I think that's the main goal.
And Mexicans that love hip hop, you got Mexicans that love hip hop, but come out here to LA, you'll see how tight you knit that Mexican community is, especially just being a hop, skip, and a jump away from Mexico.
Hold on. Let's go off this. Hold on. Because I just want to set the baseline because I didn't want to unpack this like this. So we said nationally there needs to be shared interests. There needs to be a common shared interest
and common goals. Yeah.
And common goals. So the common goal that the Mexican has in LA translates to Buford Highway in Atlanta.
To the Mexican in Atlanta, yeah. I'm sure
Buford Highway. So what is that common goal?
I'm not Mexican. You'd have to ask them, but I guarantee you that it's there, and we could see it in their families. Now that's different than Puerto Rican, which is different than
I think it's the expansion of Mexican culture. I personally think it's the expansion of Mexican culture, and why I would say that is because you can see the imprint everywhere. My opinion is I think the goal of the Mexican community is the expansion of the Mexican culture. And why I would believe that is because everywhere they go, they tend to establish they tend to create a hub for their culture there, whether it be through creating the restaurants, the artwork. Like, what Mexican artwork looks like. What a Mexican hat looks like. And they make sure that what their culture is. And I think that's the point of the community, to expand and uplift their culture.
Nationally, let me slow walk this, Marcus. Nationally, the Mexican goal, their shared interest and shared goal is to expand their culture in America. That's what the community is about.
You see how that to expand and preserve their culture.
Right. So what I'm asking, because you both spoke prolific
burrito
on
is.
how
You
other
know what the street
communities
taco is.
fare in
Same.
comparison to us, right?
I didn't
And
compare.
Marcus attempted to say, well, you know, cultures bleed, and I said, you know, the communities, like, for all intents and purposes, make the culture, whatever. But we're here with these shared common goals and interests. So if we're going to look at other communities that we're saying, well, these people have community, these people have community, these people have community. I'm just curious, what are these shared common goals and interests? Because when I said I saw community come together for injustice, that's a common goal, not sustainable, right? Long term, but that's a common goal that you see Black Americans galvanize around. Things that concern us, like affirmative action or having access to financial resources, housing, those things, so you could live comfortable or live a decent life. You see people coalesce around those issues. My understanding, that's community. Every city that I've ever lived in, I've always been able to find community.
I think AP put
Right.
up there the
I would
Million
agree
Man
with you,
March.
but that's a
That was
community based off
95. I
injustice. That's
believe
not
that we
Black
had
community.
community
I
then.
don't scout communities based on injustice, Cloud. I lived in 4 different cities.
All
And
the
what I'm
examples you
saying is,
gave, though, all the examples you gave were responses to injustice, meaning that if the injustices never happened, that wouldn't be written into the culture on its own. If George Floyd didn't die, people would have not gotten together to rally about George Floyd. That
If
meaning that
slavery
wasn't a
wouldn't exist,
goal before he died. You get what I'm
if
saying?
slavery wouldn't exist, we would. Come on, bro.
What I'm saying is
Like,
you're making it seem as though the community was just every weekend getting together having rallies because that's what we do, and it just so happened George Floyd died, and so we continued that
no,
tradition. It
no, no,
only
no.
happened
I
because
gave
he
an
died.
example of when community has came together that I thought was tangible, that we could at least agree on that. Like, yeah, that's community. I've seen community come together for that. So yeah, that would be an example of community exists. So again, I didn't want to have a conversation around, is it good? You know, are we unified? The conversation or the question on the floor was, I think, is the Black community dead? And then it went from dead to does it exist? So that's what I'm responding to overall.
So here's my question to you: what does community mean? Like, doesn't it mean like common thing? Like you have a common
I explained it.
likeness?
Community
the definition is in the back.
actively joins individuals. Unlike culture, which describes a collective identity, community, Darwin, actively joins individuals and creates a connection based on the pursuit of excellence of a shared vision of
So
every
that-
individual in that.
Wait, so
Let me
that's
just
that
say-
gentleman
let me
that
say one
Shannon
thing,
read.
'cause I've
That's
been
his definition. The definition I put in the back, right? That's Google, Webster's, Merriam, all that. A feeling of fellowship with others as a result of strong common attitudes, interests, and goals.
Exactly.
Do we have
I
that?
would say
we definitely have a shared
We do not
attitude.
have strong
Interest would be
common
Black
attitudes.
liberation.
Let me just say,
I'm
We
going
don't
on
have.
mute.
Hold on.
Generational wealth.
For one, we don't
Hold
have
on real
common
quick.
attitudes. I'm gonna tell you why. I could tell you why we don't have
We
common
ain't got no
attitudes.
common
Because
attitude.
I've literally
I
watched
just
Trigger
showed
Mike.
y'all
Hold on,
Sexy
hold on.
Red.
I'm gonna tell y'all why.
Hold on,
I've
let me
watched
just say,
Trigger Mike's show in the
one
morning
thing, because I've been
multiple
quiet
times.
and I've been
Y'all
listening,
niggas
man.
Sexy Red.
Bro,
We got
we don't
niggas
even
and we
agree
got
on
black
who to
folk.
vote. We don't even agree on who to vote for.
The issue is Trigger Mike. He my brother, but let me explain this. This is where I didn't want to go here, like for real, because it's such a nuanced
Clout.
concept, and I'm a little too aggravated to like really touch on it the right way. But when the civil rights movement was happening and we was petitioning and lobbying and trying to get aid from other African countries to come to America, when they would not let melanated people immigrate here, we assumed because of the people who had come prior that y'all were going to be allies and help us fight against certain things. When what happened is people came over here and then used their blackness to ingratiate themselves to whiteness and then speak against us as a community. And that's why it looks like we don't have no community, because there's so many different people that look like us speaking against us. When in reality, most of the people who originate from here still have the same common ideology. It's the reason why some of us be still so offended by nigger, and some of us be like, well, it's just a word, I don't care. I bet you if you trace back to when those people originated here, it would prove why they don't really care about the word nigger.
You're proving
So
the
here-
point, though.
so
You're
here's
proving
my
that
thing.
Again,
you're
talking about
literally
the old school
that
days.
statement you
Let me-
just
let me
made.
just-
Hold on,
You
hold
will
on, hold on.
not
Let me just say something real quick.
bring
That
up the word
statement you just
Nazi
made.
to a Jewish person. Bring up the Holocaust. You want to talk about what makes them coalesce and all be? Bring up the Holocaust. They are all in sync when it comes to that shit. We ain't not even in sync when it comes to the word nigga, much less slavery and all the rest. You can't bring up
95%
Adolf.
Americans are.
Let me just interrupt. I just got one point to make.
Let's go to Darwin and then Hinky now.
Yeah, let me just make this last point, and then y'all can continue to argue if y'all want to. So, if anybody on the outside that's looking in to this conversation, they're gonna see one. They're gonna see one. Number one, all of us are the same color. We might have different complexions and shit, but we same color. I think all of us identify as black. Number two is if they rewind back 30 minutes or 45 minutes, they would see that we don't even agree on the shit or the meaning or understanding of what it is to even be a community, to even say that we do have a community.
We show our ass up here every week, though, Darwin.
We don't even have the same. The reason why we can actually have a panel and have a conversation because we have so many different principles and standards and ideologies means we come from different backgrounds and different communities. I understand that there is a community. I'm with Shannon on there. There's segregation. There's micro community. There's a Brooklyn community. There's a St. Louis community or whatever the hell you want to. When you call it black community, now you're reaching. I think you're reaching because for us to have a black community as a whole,
we'd have to be on the same shit of music.
On some things, and we just don't.
Let me get Hank in there. Go ahead, Hank.
Boy, they killed this horse. They wore this motherfucker out. Look here, man. Our communities is in shambles, just like we are with this conversation. We all over the place. We can't unite. Look, we couldn't unite on polygamy and having multiple wives, and if it's about having multiple sex partners or just bringing families together, yeah, we fucked up. We fucked up. So let me tell you this: you know how to build your community. Take care of your family and your kin folks and the people that got the same bloodline. That's what you do. Build your community from there. And
so you pro polygamy now?
Hold on now, Marcus. No. That's not, dude. Look here. What I think polygamy is you fucking on another woman, and then you got another woman fucking on her. That's what I think it is, really. You're fucking on two women. But I told you I didn't want to go down.
That's a threesome.
Marcus. Look here. Build your community with your family. That's what you need to do. You want a community? Build it with your family and your kin folks. And your kin folks ain't got to have the same last name. And they ain't got to have your blood. If you got like-minded people, that's family. Build it from there. Because what we got today is bullshit.
Thank you for agreeing with me, Hank. I appreciate that.
They did a number on us. We are fragmented. I believe we were once all on the same sheet of music playing.
That's bullshit.
So even using that, Shan, wouldn't that be the thread that ties us together?
The fact that we all broke up. So that's what's bringing us together. The fact that we're fragmented.
I mean, that's what the whole Pan-African
come together.
diaspora is about.
That's what's gonna happen.
The dysfunction. Well, you know what? I could tell you this. Everybody on the outside believes we are a culture, a community. When they complain about us, they definitely say, "Oh yeah, damn, the black community."
They look at
even if we don't recognize it, even if we don't recognize it, we all get lumped in as a community when it comes to everybody outside of it, right?
Like
yeah. When a Tyler Perry movie, when a Tyler Perry movie drop, who go watch that shit, man? Like, we got to think about that. We come together and do a lot of things, man. And to everybody else, that's not us. Even if we can't agree on it, I feel like everybody outside of it does.
They just remade Good Times, man, into a cartoon that a whole lot of us don't like. But the reality is the producers and the people that put that together look like us. You wouldn't see that in other communities. They're not gonna create. They're not gonna take a gym like Good Times. I'm out here in Hollywood. They're not gonna.
I know you are, brother.
They're not gonna take a gym like Good Times. They're not gonna take Schindler's List. That
You're
Steven
going to the
Spielberg
most
put
extreme
together.
example with that one, though,
No,
brother.
that's not an
Because
extreme
I could have
example.
swore they made spoof films of all of those movies except for the ones, you know what I'm saying?
What?
Wait. So you're
Schindler's
comparing
List?
Good Times to Schindler's List?
Borat is a spoof film of a lot of that stuff. Scary Movie is a spoof film of some of their most iconic historical works. They do a lot of those
Scary
spoof
Movie.
films. I'm just
Scary
saying, bro.
Movie?
I'm saying,
No.
because are you saying Good Times is representative of our culture? Are you saying Good Times? Are you saying Good Times is representative of our culture?
I'm saying back then it was. When Good Times came out, when we were watching it, when I was a young lad watching Good Times, we all coalesced around that. It all stopped around the Cosby Show. After the Cosby Show, we kind of broke off. Then came fucking Living Single, and then came all these other different TV shows. But back in the 70s, Sanford and Son, we was all on the same sheet of music. Back in the day, Good Times, we was all on the same sheet of music. That's how that was.
What year was?
Now, what year was what?
Shan, was that Norman Lear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now we take Good Times and recreate it into some bullshit that wouldn't happen into taking a gem that once where we want. I'm not saying we never had community. I'm saying that it's been snipped up. We're all cut up. So they wouldn't do that to know. So when I use something like Schindler's List, you're not gonna see Schindler's List turn into a cartoon that's mocking the very people that's in that quote unquote community. They're not doing that.
We won't see Roots turned into that.
Write the fucking script, much
We
less
won't
greenlight it.
We won't see Roots turned into that, but we will see a Seinfeld show where they humorously poke jabs at their community. They have cultural things that are supposed to be comedies. Good Times was not a historical representation like Roots was, like Schindler's List would have been supposed to be. If they come out with a Roots cartoon where we getting beat and enslaved as fun, then I'll be like, yeah, you're right, Shan. Let me know. Do you know of one?
Okay, so wait, you use Borat. You use.
I was mocking parodies of the culture, right? I was saying that they mock, because if you look at their, you seen Borat before, right?
Yeah, I saw it.
They make extreme parodies of different cultures within there, and these would be communities you would ascribe to as being a community, right? Right or wrong?
Because Borat bounced around the world and was hitting on all different. I mean, he ended up in the hood in that movie. He bounced around and was like this buffoon or this guy that didn't know all these different things. It wasn't just a spoof on just one particular community. Not in Borat. I can't think of anything.
What I'm saying is they use caricatures of during that spoof. They use characters of Jewish people, and he made.
You watch that whole book.
You say what?
I mean, they do that all the time. You got My Big Fat Greek Wedding. They got comedy.
Right, that's what I'm saying. What the Good Times remake was supposed to be comedy. If they made a Roots thing, that would be more equivalent to Schindler's.
No, brother, listen to me. Have you seen this cartoon that's coming
out?
Yeah,
I watched the Good Times. It's ratchet as hell. I seen it.
Okay, so stop right there. So hear me out. You just said I watch Good Times. It's ratchet as hell. You are comparing Seinfeld and comedy and haha, that was funny. And oh yes, my grandfather sprays Windex on everything. That's comedy. What you just watched was ratchet as hell, as you quote unquote, that's your words. And they're not doing ratchet as hell or disrespectful as hell or embarrassing as hell comedy in their community. They're not doing that. You can't name a TV show or a movie.
Where they do ratchet as hell for their community?
Yes.
So I guess
name one where they take the yarmulke and they turn it into a flat biller, or they got it tilted to the side and they acting all. Name one. You ain't gonna find that.
I would have to go on porn. I would have to go on Pornhub and search.
The yarmulke like that.
I'm sure they got it on Pornhub. I'm just saying it exists. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it exists.
So that's your go-to search.
If he talking about that's the worst way you could defile something.
Now we see why you want polygamy.
Birds will shut your ass up.
And I told you, he just trying to fuck on something. I heard you, Marcus.
Hey, that Madison and Central came out quick on that nigga, JR. That Madison and Pulaski came
It's a lot
out
of things
quick.
that I don't really be that concerned with. Like a lot of this stuff don't affect me. When it comes to like black men and women issues, I kind of be like, whatever. But when it comes to black, like you gotta think, man, the shit that was done to my ancestors, I feel deeply ingrained in my community, and I feel a specific way about that shit. You put 400 years of that shit on us and breed, motherfucker. Like when I look at my kids, that shit burns me up thinking about what my great grandfather had to go through. When my grandfather had kids, 2 kids, and he was sharecropping, and he went and told them people, I have kids, I need to have another I need more hours so I can earn more. When they cut his pay in half because they knew he needed it more. You got some vegetables, ask mommy, baby.
How many of y'all watch Tubi?
I'm not giving Rupert Murdoch none of my money.
Tubi, and for all the people in the chat and watching the show and watching the replay, a lot of black people watch Tubi. Tubi has turned into a situation where the filmmakers in Tubi do certain things in their films intentionally, because they are mocking us, right? And then black people eat it up. But then you have a section of black people that say, what the fuck? I'm not even watching no Tubi, much less any of the bullshit that they put in there. But they throw good movies in there to try to draw people to the network. But you could argue that if we do have a community, is our community being manipulated by some big dollar boogeyman in the sky? Somebody that's green lighting certain things and not green lighting other things. You know, where's all the conscious rap? When I grew up, we had Africa Bambaataa, and we had, you know, in KRS-One, we had all that. But they don't get greenlit today. There is no brand Nubians. There's none of that happens today. Instead, we get, you know, NLE Chopper and the rest of them. When I simply say, when JR asks, do we have a community today? Or whoever asks, I think it was JR that asked, do we have a community today? And I said, no, we don't have one today. We got a culture, but we don't have a community. I'm simply saying, as a collective, as a whole, coast to coast, from New York to LA, all the Black Americans are not on the same sheet of music. And in order for us to have a community, we should all be on the same sheet of music. We should all be able to rely or call upon a particular office, headquarters, bank, church, whatever, to say if something happens to one of us in New York, that the ones in LA can call and be able to contact. Now, I think they try to do that with Black Lives Matter, but then you see how that turned out. I think Farrakhan with somebody had mentioned, the chat popped up, I think it was AP that mentioned the Million Man March. That was 1995. I wanted to go so bad. The Million Man March, that's when we attempted to do that stuff. And then that fell. We never had another Million Man March since. So if we had a community, we would have been doing Million Man Marches every year. It would have been no big deal. It would have been like the Million Man March is the national holiday because us Black people came up with it. Us Black people created it. Us Black people sanctioned it. And we have nationwide adopted and approved it. But we did it one time, 1995, and that was 30 years ago almost. And so now it's gone. We don't, when I say we don't have a community, where are we to, you know, outside of our skin and the hip hop music that we like to listen to? Where's the connection? It ain't religion. It ain't politics. So what is it?
Well, in order so everyone have to be on beat, or the majority would have to be on beat? Are you saying everyone or the majority?
No, it's never gonna be. It's not everyone in the Jewish community. It ain't everyone
right,
in the community.
Man, Hink right. We did beat the shit out of this because we going back to square one.
It's not everyone. It's never all in any community. Right. You know,
so
when you look at the Native Indians and their reservations, they not all on the same sheet of music, but
so good, bad, or indifferent. What do most good? Let me ask you.
Casino, them Native Americans is you're not gonna violate them. You're not
good, bad, or indifferent. What do most people, Black people, vote?
What Big Mama say? The Democrat.
So that would mean we collectively kind of moving, and it might not be for our benefit, but we collectively do that, right? Finish this phrase. We never talked about this before. Boy, stop crying, or
no, it's boy, stop crying, foe.
Oh, you're right. My
I
apologies.
give you something to cry about, but you talking about culture. But go ahead. I think
all right. I just want to say we've never talked about these things before, and they cross regional. But all right,
it's
yeah, because we have a culture.
That's cultural. We have a culture. I know we got that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What's the next topic?
We definitely got culture for sure.
So you got culture without community. That's wild as fuck to me. But y'all got it. Y'all got it.
Well, like I did have one more topic, man. You know, if y'all.
Damn.
We hijacked this. Rich, this what you
Let's tackle this last topic. Let's jump off this.
Yeah, you know, he ain't looking at
JR
that.
didn't rename the whole show. I just looked up there. He renamed the show.
You gotta dedicate a whole one to that one, man.
Yeah, I had to change it to do we have a black community? Shit, I'm like, damn.
Yeah, hey, you know Marcus from over there where the chairman used to live.
Yeah,
damn, he got the thumbnail. Shit, well, let's go. Let's get it then. I'm here for it then. Let's get it.
Oh, man.
Hold on, I'm trying to.
Hey, man, let's get the last topic in, JL. I can hang. I can hang tonight.
All right.
The last one is a big one, though, JR. We should say that for next week.
Fuck it. Let's go now. Fuck it. Let's go. We are
because it's 10. I mean, it's already at the
Shan
top
trying
of
to
the
cut
hour.
out. Shan trying to cut out. That's why he's saying that.
I know it's a good one because that one is gonna go as long as this. The main topic is gonna go as long as this. We at the top of the hour, and that's
You know, Vid's about to pull up. Vid's about to pull up too.
So if one of y'all got to tap out, Vid's gonna tap in.
Looking for it out. You know, you can't get
gotta work. I might, hey, JR, I might go to Reynolds tonight though. They playing house music. I might go to Reynolds after this.
What time they close?
Shit, probably about 2.
You said after this. God damn.
Listen, this is the first day I had off in a minute. I ain't got to work tomorrow. I'm straight.
You don't know that.
See, I don't know.
You don't know that.
I sure enough don't know how to act.
I should know what you call it, riddles. I should know what that is because we should have a riddles out here in LA.
No,
do you got house music? Do you know what house music is?
No, they ain't got lounges either. So
no, we got lounges, but
y'all got swanky clubs.
We used to have a house of blues. I mean, we used to have stuff. We used to do what happened over here happened over there. You know what I'm saying? Just like I know y'all got an MLK Boulevard. Everybody got an MLK Boulevard. You know what I'm saying?
But that's culture. That's not community.
No, that's
well, we didn't even put those there. We ain't named MLK Boulevard. That's just something like
but
to keep us happy in the neighborhood. So let me make these niggas happy and name a street after one of the niggas we killed. That's all it is.
We are conquered people
Hold on,
in
can
America.
we address that though? Like let's not act like we are the ones that decided to
But
name MLK
Kyle,
Boulevard.
listen,
They did
brother,
that so that we could stay calm. That's all.
I get that, but see, like when you offer that perspective, brother, it's almost like I accept the fact that we are conquered people in America. I accept that, right? So how do we move is the question. I'm not looking at it like the white man gave me anything, right? Because I can point to more of what we've done with what we have to work with than what they've given me.
We need to come together. We had the NAACP. What happened to that?
No, it still exists.
But
It
no, I know it exists.
but Shan, typical of all things, right? NAACP, Rainbow Push Coalition, SNCC, SCLC have not evolved. They have not pivoted.
You want to know why?
To what's necessary for the time.
You want to know why?
I'm gonna pipe down in 1 second, Cloud. These shorties now, if every man on this stage is in the field, you know it ain't a doggone thing the NAACP could do for these shorties today. They're not speaking to their current need. The world that we were, especially me and you, the world that we were raised in and trained for no longer exists.
I agree.
So the best thing that we could do is empower this next generation of leaders And what if somebody just reminded me of
didn't
this?
adapt.
Old men are made for young men are made for war, older elders are made for counsel or something like that. Right? Something. I'm gonna look it up and put it in the back chat, man. I'm going on mute. My bad.
No, I got you. You know, but what you're saying is adapt or die, and the NAACP did not adapt, and so nobody even knows anybody that's paid a due to the NAACP. I mean, we got the Image Awards every year, but that's about it. But I'm simply saying, when you talk to the Jewish community, they got the ADL, right, the Anti-Defamation League, and
That's for everybody. That's for everybody.
Yeah, I know, but it's a New York-based international Jewish organization.
We have the Study for Reparations Committee. We have reparations committees that are.
Well, I know we got a bunch of committees. I'm talking about this Anti-Defamation League. Is really their main goal is to make sure that Jewish people are put together. And so all the Jewish people nationwide, coast to coast, look to the ADL for guidance. We don't look any further than Big Mama. And I wish that we did. And so Rilla asks a really pertinent question: where do we go from here? And I think where we go from here, I don't know how we do it. I think this is where Dr. Umar is trying to get things to going. This is where Farrakhan is trying. Everybody has their different methods in trying to do it, but no matter what, we have to come together with we need a nucleus to this atom. We need to have something that we all Black Americans, since we talk about Black American culture, Black American community, needs to have the same fill in the blank of amongst all of us. What would that be? I have no idea. It ain't music, it ain't religion, it ain't politics. It's not it's not a national organization that's 100 years old. So what is it? And whatever it is, that I think is the solution.
Man, I'm trying to get to the next topic, man. I know y'all gonna keep this one up. You want to say something real quick, Marcus? All right.
No, Marcus ain't got shit to say. Go on to the next topic, there, y'all.
I had one more thing. I wanted to respond to what Rilla asked as far as what we should do, and I ended off right there, which is I think that the solution is essentially we need to find common threads beyond our skin color. I think a lot of times when we talk about the Black community, we always stop at blackness, like literally just the color of our skin. I think that as a people, we've been so obsessed with our own blackness that we forget that there's a lot more to that our community needs more than to just be recognized by our skin color. We have to get our education right. We gotta community build. We have to control our culture. We have to control how that culture affects the next generation, and we got to work on owning our culture. And I think focusing more on those things instead of always making it about like I'm black. We all know we Black. It's so interesting to me as a people that we talk so much about our blackness as though it's not literally the first thing you can identify it as by looking at us. I don't need to tell you I'm Black. When I see niggas walk around with shirts that say black and proud, to me that's weird, because it's like, bro, your skin is on you. Like, your skin is on you every day. We know you Black, my brother. What else? What else can we do now? Like let's talk about owning some land. Let's talk about why we've lived in the same communities for multiple generations, while we had drug dealers making all type of money, but they didn't buy up the hoods and they had the money to do it. That's the type of stuff we need to focus on. I think if we can get past the fact that our hue of skin color is different than the rest of the people in the world and focus on real issues, I think that'll take our community, will make our community a solid community and take us to the next level and the next step and we can rightfully take our place in this country and have an influencing level of control over our position in the country.
Yeah, I disagree. I'm not about to go into why. So.
Yeah, hey, Cloudy, you check your mic too. Your mic got some static or something. I don't know, like some fan blowing or something. Let me go get to these real quick. Miss Parker said, hi all. Hit the like button. Thanks. Miss Parker again says, we lost our culture, which left us with the community depending on where we live.
Wait, were those two different Mrs. Parkers?
Yeah.
One was 28 months. That's 2 years. That's 2 years, man. Shout out to you.
Miss Parker, back to the basics. 499 says, community and culture used to be one of the same before they took away our culture and left us with community, which differs depending on where we live. A shout out to both Miss Parkers. Appreciate you guys.
for your long time being part of Green Gang and your constant support. So shout out to y'all. All right, I got kind of just broke the clips up. I'll start the first one. We're getting into the main topic that we never got to because we was talking about community. What's going on, Viz? Here we go. You don't have a marriage, you have a project. The first part he was just talking about mating, so I'm going to go ahead and play this little clip.
Mating is a two-sided coin because whenever horses are mated or any animal is mated, it's not just the bringing of the male and female together, but the purpose of bringing them together is to produce offspring. So the two sides of mating is finding the right partner, and then on the other side of the coin is parenting the children that come from that bond. We have never been taught that science, and if you just go and Google the statistics in these three areas, 95% of all Black men that are killed by guns are killed by other Black men. Most of the Black men that kill a Black man knew him or at one time said he loved him. That shows we
Did he pause? Was that just me?
Wake up.
Oh no. Okay, it was not just me. I was tripping. Like,
Okay.
but I see y'all moving on the side, so I know it's something wrong with the video.
currently we brought in $500 billion more than Spain and $700 billion more than Mexico. Yet Mexico has 103 million people that they are taking care of. Spain has 47 million people like we do, and they got a 208,000 square mile land mass
They got community.
where they have their own institutions, education, and look at us. With more money than both of these nations, we don't have anything we can call finance is something we're missing. The mating side. Do you know Black people in America have a 75% divorce rate? That means for every 4 couples you see, 3 of them are not going to make it.
Wow.
We have a higher divorce rate as Black people in America than even third world nations that don't have running water or 4-wall houses. People with 3-wall houses.
Now that's because they have community and culture, Shan.
Oh, well, we gonna bring our community because we all get divorces. That's Marcus's. That's Marcus's method.
No, my method is not get no divorce and y'all all stay together. I think it's felonious that you can break a family up and you can't add to it. Makes no sense.
I thought your method was whatever woman get divorced, hey, look, come on over here with me and my wife. No, I'm just fucking.
JR, what happened to the video?
I feel that though, Marcus. That's real.
You hear
You
me?
could break it apart, but you can't add it. That's crazy.
That's really crazy.
Hey, but I think that the divorce rate is a part of the culture. Like it's cool for people to get divorced now. At one point, that was something that was it was shunned, it was shamed. Now, motherfuckers throwing parties, they throwing divorce parties. You know what I'm saying? So I think that makes it a part of the culture. Right now, we're experiencing that because it's okay.
Yeah.
Who gave us this culture?
That's a cultural thing. I mean, and a lot of people from a lot of different areas is partaking in it.
Yeah.
You said who made it? Shit, we did. We accepted.
We did.
Is accepting it and making it the same thing?
That's
No,
the
we
other part
accepted
too,
it.
man.
We didn't make it.
Did you make us sign a paper?
We can't get anywhere if we keep blaming white people.
Oh, let's hear this nigga go. Oh my god.
I mean, that's just being 100.
What'd he say?
We can't get far if we continue to blame white people.
I think we all agreed on that last time, or they had pushback against you when you said that.
Well,
I think he's addressing Cloud's question. Cloud asks, but where did it come from? You know, and did we create that, or
No, I'm
did
not
we
blaming
adopt
them. I'm just asking where it came from. I'm not blaming anybody.
right. And I think, and that's what Viz is saying. Viz is saying, well, you know, even in the nature of the question is like, well, where did it come from? Well, if we say, well, you know, well, we adopted that, we didn't create that. It's almost sounding. I think Viz is trying to say it sounds a little.
I know what he's saying.
He's saying it's victims. We're playing in the victim.
No, yeah. I don't think we're victims. No, I don't
We're
think we're
such
victims.
victims.
I just think we got to take
If we
control
keep
of our
having
own.
unprotected sex, we're gonna get STDs. But where did the STD come from? Who put it in the community?
Right.
Oh no. I didn't mean it in that sense.
Clout,
Who
I
put it
agree
there?
with you.
No.
I agree.
I
with
didn't
your
mean
statement.
like no. Just to clarify though, I didn't mean like who put it there, or who gave us the culture. I mean more so like why did we adopt it, and did our community create this culture, or like, and if we didn't, if our community didn't create this culture, then that means that we need to take charge of the culture.
Yeah, because somebody told me a couple years back that somebody set a whole bunch of pistols and automatic weapons down in the inner city of Chicago, and that's the reason why they were shooting each other. I'm like,
so
that ain't the reason why, but that definitely happens.
It happened here. It happened in LA.
It happens in most major cities more than we think. All types of stuff. What do you call it? COINTELPRO or whatever those tactics that they use.
I know the big homie that was collecting them back in the day. I was a young lad, but I was just like, wow. He pulled up in the van and had them all, and he got them from them.
Yeah.
They don't exist. They don't exist.
All they had to do was put a gun down, and they knew we were going to shoot.
Come on, goddamn. How did we get this video and we got back on this goddamn community shit again?
The video,
because that's what he was talking about.
Yeah,
that's what he was talking about. You watched the video.
No, the video was going somewhere else. Y'all can reference it back to the community.
No, he gave multiple examples of how to build the community. That's what he was talking about.
Black on black. He was talking about
community
black
building.
on black. And how the brother loved him.
Y'all know how we got back with this.
He said 75% of black people in America. His words.
Yeah, he's talking about the divorce. Yeah.
All right. Let me do you a favor.
He woke up the horse up.
Come on,
yeah. He talked about the shootings that happen, which all violence happens in proximity. Most violence, majority of the
communal violence is what they refer to it as. Intercommunal violence.
He hit him with a defibrillator, Hank.
All right, I think Darwin was. Well, go ahead, Darwin.
Nah, I was gonna bring it back, but whoever live in like a single family home or neighborhood subdivisions or whatever, do y'all know where y'all community center is?
Yeah.
Like y'all got a community center? Is it who was it ran by? Is it ran by black people or white people?
Black people.
It's white folks.
Hold on, Viz, where you stayed again? Where you stay at?
Black people where I'm at.
Hold on. Where you stay, Viz?
I moved. I'm in the suburbs of Dallas now.
Is it predominantly white community?
It's a mix.
Shit, you realize in Texas, white folks are the minority.
Yeah, it's a mix where I'm at.
Minority in Texas.
So it's a reverse migration. I mean, I guess between Hinkerson, between the Hispanic community, but I know for a fact a lot of families, black families, are leaving the Midwest and going to like Texas, Georgia, and I think North Carolina. North Carolina.
When I first moved where I am now, we rode around just checking out the area. And as we rolling, I'm looking, I'm like, oh shit, hey, it's a bunch of colors over here with us. We in here.
Let me ask you this.
All the colors.
Texas is still majority white folk. It's 42.5% white. But the Hispanics is right on their tail at 39.3%. That's as of the 2020 census.
But let me ask you this, Viz. If you, I don't know if I heard you say this last time.
Go down to Houston and San Antonio and see you'll see a difference.
I don't know if it was you or Kenny.
They staying in the house. They ain't coming outside. Go ahead, Darwin.
Darwin. Yeah, I don't know if it was Viz the poet or it was Kenny who said that. I guess whenever you talk about the race the black color is the dominant and the white color is the recessive or some shit like that.
No,
And,
that wasn't me.
it
It
don't
wasn't
matter.
Biz.
I think
It
somebody
definitely
told
wasn't
you.
Biz. It definitely wasn't him. He wouldn't make a statement like that.
Procreate, no matter what. If it's a black man and a white man, a white woman, if you procreate, the baby's still gonna be black because of the dominant and recessive.
Right.
So
I
I
think
would
that might
say
be on Thursday show.
Yeah, I think I
I would say
remember
that.
seeing a video or something on that.
Yeah, I would say the way to get the black community to be on one accord, hell, just make a bunch of Steph Currys.
Hey, I'm about to go to play the main video for this.
Boy, you bet now. You see what just happened to Drake? Boy, you bet not.
Yeah, here we go, y'all. Here we go, man. This is the second part, which actually takes us a little bit deeper into the discussion. I think we're gonna have some talking points off of this. Here we go.
So that science has to be relearned.
I was joking.
And that's why Before You Say I Do book, that's why After You Say It, that's why these books became products that were necessary, because we don't know how to choose a mate. We're emotional in our choices and not logical in our choices. We want to pick somebody off of love with no knowledge. But knowledge has to be a part of the ingredients whenever it comes to picking a mate. We can't just go off of love. So my sister was talking about emotions in her statement about how she made decisions. And I just want us to think about this for a second. The higher emotions are, the lower logic is. Matter of fact, emotions and logic work hand in hand with each other, equal in opposite extremes. What does that mean? That means if your emotions are at an 8, your logic and reasoning is only at a 2. If your emotions are at a 7, your logic and reasoning is only at a 3. The higher the emotions, the lower the logic. So you take your emotions and go down from the 10, and however many steps you go down from the 10, that's only the amount of steps you can go up from 1 for your logic. We have to have a better decision making when it comes to choosing a mate. And I learned this from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. He said this. He said, as I told Sister Star, make you a list of what an ideal mate looks like. And if you're courting somebody, they should match 70% of what you're looking for. And if they are 70% of what you call an ideal mate, that means compatibility is present. Problem with us is that we see 30% present and think that if I just love them a certain way, cook for them a certain way, do this and that, then all of a sudden I'm going to be able to manifest that other 70% in the future, and it don't happen. See, if you marry somebody that is 70% already the present person and only 30% is potential person, you got you a partner. But if you marry somebody that's 30% the present person and 70% is potential, you don't have a partner, you married a project.
That's a lot of people doing that.
You want to marry a partner that can help you with some projects. So that's part of phase 1 of the science of mating. You have to be able to have that list. And it should start with spiritual and personality and physical way down at the bottom if it's on there at all. And then when you're looking at interviewing, courting the one that's in front of you, if they already are 70%, that's a sign that compatibility is present. But if they are only 30%, you don't have a partner, you got a project, and you don't want to marry a project.
Man, we had mentioned this in the group chat earlier of how we've literally watched nations fall due to men making emotional decisions. Like it's detrimental when we allow and okay men to make these type of decisions, because that affects everything.
Rome.
Was you playing the game, Bruce?
Oh no, I was. Mess with my hand. I think. Yeah,
And I think that's a big reason why we see so many men now in the position where they're uncomfortable, intimidated, afraid, you know what I'm saying, to approach women because of the type of women that they approaching is ones that they don't even want a wife for real. Then they end up knocking them up. Now they stuck with them. Now we got more children out of wedlock. You know, it all goes back to the fall and the destruction.
How many women do y'all think fit 70% criteria in y'all minds?
Probably like 30%.
Well, what do you wait? Ask that question again, Marcus.
Yeah,
How many do you think fit the 70% criteria in y'all minds?
That we've met, or that you mean in see what I'm
Just in general? In general, what do you think?
How many women meet 70% of men's criteria or
Yeah.
my criteria? Oh, of men's criteria. Ooh.
Well, yours, but I guess it's for individuals. Because I want to ask that both ways. And how many men do you think meet 70% of women's criteria?
For single women,
Single
eligible age. I'd say 50%. I know a lot of guys say less than that, but I think it's a lot more because I think so. I'm gonna say about half of women meet the criteria necessary for what I would consider somebody who can be wife worthy. And I think you had an opposing question. How many men? I think about the same as well. And if I really dug down into it, I'd say there's probably maybe 60 to 65% men that are. I believe that there's more men that are prepared to be a husband than there are women that's prepared to be a wife today. Because the requirements that men need to meet to be a husband, he's forced to do whether he's single or not. Women, it's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, I'm with you there on that one, Shannon. I think the other part of it is well on both sides is that people have unrealistic expectations. I think a lot of people are looking for spouses that are perfect, in which in a real world, in the real world that we live in, that's not a thing. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to grow, bond, build, tolerate or endure whatever it is that comes with that person. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole other being. I think the biggest issue that we see a lot of today is that people are getting with people or they're approaching relationships expecting for them to check every single box that they have, and realistically that's not a thing.
So let me go first real quick, JR. So JR got scrolling across the bottom. You don't have a marriage, you have a project. I'm married twice. I've been married twice and I'm divorced twice. So here's my issue. Here's my problem. Personal. This is my personal Shannon problem. I have a problem with picking projects. It's something about I'm attracted to projects. I have a propensity to pick women or to pick a bird with a broken wing.
What?
Where did
single mom?
Did you come from a single parent home?
Nah, man. Solid family, father, father and mother my entire life. White, everything was good, great childhood, everything. Dad was there, mom was there.
What's the equivalent of a woman? What's the equivalent of a woman to a bird that has a broken wing? Like, cause that's like, that hoe can't fly. I mean, the bird can't fly, but
right, bird can't fly. Bird can't do what the bird is supposed to do. And so I have this thing. I don't pick women. I have historically not picked women good. One, because the brother in there said, physical is like last on the list if they're on the list at all. See, my thing is I like beautiful women.
Oh, yeah.
Like good looking woman, and as opposed to what a woman can do that's good for me. So I lack in nutrition, right? I don't cook. I never have cooked. That's not something that I'm even interested in doing. The things that I need from a woman, I have historically excused because she's fine and she fucked me good and she looked good and all that kind of stuff. And then she's probably not that emotionally stable, probably got some problems. And here I am coming in, swooping in and fixing shit. That's like, well, what's going on? Okay, well, we're gonna work on that. And typically I fix it. If you ask any of my exes, they'd be like, God, my whole life turned around as a result of Shannon. However, it ended up not being good for me long term. But I'm attracted to projects.
But the project has to fit that deal. She got to already have a nice ass and all that other stuff. Like she can't. You
gotta have a nice ass.
Trade off would be I can fix
prerequisites.
Therapist, but I can't be your body. I can't be your cosmetologist.
No,
right.
no,
I'm not gonna be your personal trainer and shit. You got to come fine already. But let me fix these other issues. How you living and where you living and what's going on and what you ain't got 2 nickels to rub together. Okay, don't worry. I've fixed a lot of problems in women that I've dated in the past.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Would you be shocked if they say you were borderline sipping?
Oh,
super simping. I made the jackets. I was the president of the Simp Club.
Hey, but Shannon, are you how long have you been in LA? Because you're in LA now, right?
My whole life.
I would almost say that's part of the culture because you're in the film industry too, everywhere. Right?
I've lived in New York. I've lived in Georgia. I travel. I travel for business.
Yeah,
I've made movies everywhere, so I've been all over. But I'm LA. I'm a LA nigga. I'm straight LA. And out here, it's a lot of superficial. Down south on the East Coast, the men and women, y'all are just. To me, it just seemed a little bit more real as opposed to how the outside superficial physical bullshit doesn't matter to y'all, where over here all that shit matters and the internal can be all broken up. Right. So I grew up in that. I'm born and raised in that. So I see what you're saying. That's really what I know best. Yeah, although I've experienced how you guys, and I'm able to say that because I have traveled. You got people in LA that has never left the border of LA. And they don't, so that's all they know. But that's just my problem. That's my personal issue. So I don't know how you brothers are, but I am one of the brothers. I didn't have a marriage because I picked projects. So, that's my problem. It's my downfall, and I have to die knowing that. Go ahead, y'all.
I think one of the major issues is, in my opinion, I don't feel like at least half of women are suitable just because they're probably not cooperative enough, right? But the mindset that women have right now, I don't think that they're prepared for marriage in general. And even if JR put a poll up right now, I don't think that the women would even agree that at least half of women are actually suitable or ready for marriage. Not to say they can't be worked on or go through some things or some training, but out of the box, absolutely not. They just don't have the mind frame for it. Like, I don't think they'll be able to fall under your coverage and take your leadership out of the box, right? And some of them will look good, right? And even if they do look good, that sometimes it's worse when they look good because they have so much access to other men that they just are less tolerant of men, right? And their expectations are higher and become more and more unrealistic because they have the access to men that they do have. And I think that's the major issue. Because we could get past, and I agree with you, Shannon, as far as the physical part of it. He said you put that way, way, way on the bottom. I don't think you should be crazy about it, but you definitely want something that you're attracted to. That's like supposed to be the last woman you experience ever, right? So, damn, I hope that I'm going to be able to enjoy this every night or whatever my schedule is. Like, so you can't put that at the bottom. And unfortunately, that's the first thing we notice. And we can't act like females don't behave like that too, because on all these dating apps, they're not swiping for your career. They're not swiping for your status, all of that. The first thing that they see and the first decision that men and women make with the dating apps, which tells you a lot about what the dating culture is your physical appearance. They swipe right or left solely based on that. And then after that prerequisite, then they start to dig into whatever else. And I don't blame people for it. If that's where your priority is, as long as you know how to take care of business outside of that, it's nothing wrong with that being part of.
But Trev, arguably, ain't that the problem?
Important.
But you see, you saying I hear you saying you put importance on it, but then we look at the divorce rate of all these beautiful people that's getting married. That's at the divorce court. So
yeah, but ugly people getting divorced too. Ugly people getting divorced too. Just the same. So we can't even use that. And look, I'm not saying that should be at the top of your list, but it should be one of the things that you're satisfied with. If you were a person who takes care of yourself, right, and your body is your temple, and you in the gym, you eating right, it's not fair for you to get with somebody who's not up to snuff with that. You have to at least be attracted to them, or else you're going to be tempted to cheat, and that's going to be your cause for divorce. Because if you got something that you're not even attracted to really at home, and then you see all these beautiful women outside, when you go outside, when you go to work, and they are here tempting you, knowing you got a heavyweight at home, they're going to be like, damn, nah, man, you're not going to survive like that. And you're going to end up divorced too. You're going to be part of that statistic. So I don't think it should be at the top of your list, but it should be part of it. Like, okay, you ain't got to chase the dimes, but you want something that you're attracted to for sure. It's part of it. Of course, the main thing, we're talking about compatibility. You have to just consider, damn, can I live with this person forever? That's the thing that people don't understand, right? Like, you have to live with them forever. This is supposed to be the last person you ever experience in any way. So you have to have some common interest. The things that you find to be fun, your partner has to be able to tolerate, right? Your habits. You can't be a smoker and then she can't stand smoke. That's going to cause some issues. You can't be a drug abuser and then they don't like drugs. Y'all like both got to get down, or none of y'all get down. Certain things you just got to look at, like, are we compatible? Can I sleep in a bed with this person forever?
I think that's I get that, but you got to understand that attraction ain't always going to be there, man. You got to, I'm gonna be honest with you. I get it. Initially, you want to be attracted, but once you get in the door and you actually fall and get a deeper connection with this woman, bro, you ain't going to even really worry about that shit for real, because your ass going to look ugly too soon. For real.
Bruiser, why your wife ain't ugly then? Bruiser, why your wife ain't ugly then? Why your wife ain't ugly then?
She might be ugly to you, bro. All of us got different tastes. So I don't think it's a one side.
But she wasn't ugly to you though, right?
Huh?
She wasn't ugly to you though, right?
Nah, she wasn't ugly to me, man.
All right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying, again, I can't stress enough not to put it at the top of your list, but it's important. The first thing that probably attracted you to her was her physical appearance, right? And first off, when I look, you got to vet, right? You look at their parents, you see what type of genes they got, see if they have the potential to get nasty later on. And weight is one thing, right? But you just don't want somebody you got to have something that you like, right? If you in the feet, whatever it is that you like, you want to have that included, right? That's just what it is. It's part of it, man. We can't deny that. We are visual beings, man. We physical. Why would we deny that? Why would we try to play like that's not what's up with us? Like, that's definitely a major part of it.
I think another part of it too,
many of us is making that 70% of it. That's what the argument is, Trev. Too many of us is saying she's fine, and they're giving passes to the other stuff that should be.
No, that's crazy. That I definitely didn't say. I said that's just part of it. That's part of it. It is an important part of it, but just as important, you have to be compatible.
Yeah.
Right. You have to be compatible. I wouldn't say you need to exclude both. And that's why I said the percentage is lower, because you should have many prerequisites, because this is like, you thinking about it. If you're saying 75% failure rate with this, man, so you can't say, okay, well, damn, I just shouldn't like people who were sexy now. Like, it's not going to work like that. pick somebody who you like. Take your time and vet.
Well, so
A lot of us.
I think
I was just
another
gonna say
big,
this. A lot. I was gonna say this one more thing. A lot of us don't teach our children how to vet, right? So these are the type of things that you should be telling your son. Like, look, you're going to see some farmers out there. Do not jump on the first one. You need to understand how to scout for a promiscuous woman. You need to understand if she's virtuous. You need to understand if she is cooperative, feminine, all of that stuff. So these are the type of things that our sons should know, so they won't make a lot of the mistakes that maybe we made or were able to avoid.
I think we really need to get back to explaining how marriage is a business deal. Like you want to, of course, be attracted to who it is that you're with. You want to be compatible with that person as well. But at
compatible.
Compatible, yeah, not compatible. My bad. Compatible with that person. But at the end of the day, marriage, it's a business arrangement. This is a business deal that you're entering with this person in order to make this work. You know what I'm saying? Quite often, a lot of people, they'll get married strictly out of love. I've personally seen men literally marry women simply because they be like, well, shit, why not? I ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Or the nigga that got caught cheating, you know what I'm saying? And now this is a way to get back in their good graces. You know, it's I personally see, especially with me working in the wedding industry, I personally see a lot of people get married for the wrong reasons.
Because
And
that
it's
ass
like,
work. That's why she keep.
what'd you say?
Can you explain what the business deal is? Can you explain how you set this business deal up and what are the assets that you're negotiating?
So marriage originally, if we look at it generations back, marriage at one point was man, I will give you my daughter for 10 cows.
You do that shit now, they're gonna call you a sex traffic.
I mean, no, that's fair, but I'm saying that was what it was originally. You know what I'm saying? Before it was my nation. I'm in the land of Viz, and I'm meeting with Hink, and Hink, let's combine our nations together and I'm gonna wedge your daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like it was business deals at one point. And even to this day, with you signing a contract, you're signing it's a business deal. You know what I'm saying?
How much did you pay for your wife?
Shit, I paid a lot.
Like, what's the price?
What's the equivalent of what you paid to like a cow back in the day? Like 10 cows? 3?
Well, no, I'm saying the personal investment that you're making into this person. You know what I'm saying? That's the business deal. If I'm signing this contract saying that I promise to abide by all of these laws and rules set forth before God in this country, then I'm expected to uphold this. And the only way that I can uphold it is if I endure what it is that's going to come with it.
How much can I pay you to buy you out your contract?
Pause.
What does that mean?
If you saying it's a business deal, we could talk about it in business terms. They're mergers and acquisitions.
Right.
Hold on.
We got a asset and a liability sheet. I'm asking you to detail it so I can get an understanding of what route you're down when you're explaining this.
You talking about a marriage contract?
He said it's a business. These are things within a business. So I'm asking him to explain how that correlates to a business.
So
how a marriage correlates to a business?
Yeah, it's not my thought. It's what he said.
He's basically saying, how much can I buy your wife for? If it,
That's what I'm
and
saying.
so
Like,
like in Indecent Proposal, like the movie Indecent Proposal with Robert Redford. And,
I didn't say it though. This is literally what he said. I'm asking him about his idea.
So with me saying that,
Real
what
quick.
I'm saying is that
this
to
man trying to buy your wife.
every man has a price. Every person has a price, right? Me personally, I wouldn't put a price on something that I'm committing to. So
does that negate the first statement you just made?
No.
Every man has a price, but I wouldn't put a price.
Would you at least negotiate? Would you at least negotiate?
Marcus, I got a quick question for
No,
you.
I wouldn't. If I'm going into the contract saying that this is what our plan or have the intention of spending forever with, then you can't buy me out of that contract.
So it's not a business.
It is a
No,
business.
it is a business.
Dude,
It
Can I
is a
speak on
business.
this?
You
Can I
can
speak
have
on
a
this
business
because
and not want to sell it.
can I speak on this because I have a
You
deep
got people,
understanding. It's called a
you got
dowry
people that
system.
start a business that will not sell their business, even though it cost them something to get into it. It cost them something to start it. It cost them time. It cost them effort, and it cost them money to get
So you
into
accept,
the business.
so
And
you
then once
accept
they get
offers on the
into it,
business? If
when-
somebody come with the right amount, you wouldn't sell?
yeah, there's people that says there's no, you couldn't offer. There's no money. There's no amount of money, cash money, United States currency that you can offer me to sell this company.
Right.
There's nothing. There's people that do that for houses. You know what? I will give you. We got developers that come in and offer $50 million, and the family's like, "Listen, we're not leaving. It's this place, this home is not about money.
Yeah,
I know. I get that you
It's
building
more
and got
to it.
development all around us, but we are staying right here. And some people will say, if I had to pay, I'd pay with the ultimate cost of death. So
Okay,
if you
well,
want my wife, the cost to get my wife is for you to kill me.
Would that
So
be a
it
good businessman or a
doesn't
bad
take away
businessman?
the fact that it wasn't a business transaction to begin with.
Was that a good businessman or a bad businessman?
That depends on that man.
That's relative. Yeah.
That
Hold on,
depends on that
So would
man
you,
and investing in that thing.
so would you agree
guys,
to a duel, Sean?
guys, stop it. What you're speaking on, I have a deeper understanding. It's called a dowry system. That's what you're referring to. Yes, there are men of ancient time. It's practiced in Africa. It's practiced in Middle Eastern. It's practiced in ancient time. What happened? A man of value with substance, real estate, and much more come meet a father. He offered a dowry for the daughter, right? In most cases, the father had to be with that particular individual with his own set of brotherhood who want to vet and make sure where his daughter is going to. Sometimes when it comes to a ruler, right? The ruler invite the father of the daughter to the castle and they speak about it. Now, if the father seen that it's worth what the man is giving, he let the daughter know there will be a new husband.
So how much your wife cost? And don't say $5 either.
Because first and foremost, if I was to marry, no, let me tell you this, if I was to marry someone like that, it would have to be done on my side. My wife is Trinidadian, so she didn't marry into the culture how we do things.
Okay, so
Now,
how much would you be willing to pay?
a few plot of land.
I'm saying
That would be the case.
let's be real
No,
here.
I'm being logical about it because I'm being logical. Let me tell you why I'm saying that. Because
Well,
first
hold
and
on,
foremost,
fellas.
for the
Let's
culture, no,
be
hold on.
real
The
about
culture I'm
this.
coming from, I'm a Nigerian.
Marcus,
You're not allowed to marry.
whatever it is that you've invested into your wife, your current wife, right, is what you investing into her. So if you don't value or you don't see the continuance of the value of it, then of course you'll sell. But if you see the value in that woman that you invested your time into, and you see that you're flourishing and you're receiving the fruit that you investing into it, then any person isn't going to just give it up for a price because it's bigger than that. So that's all that I'm saying. Marriage is bigger than
business. It's bigger than business.
No, marriage is a business.
Okay.
But what you were doing, Mom Vet,
So from
got
an
me very
investment
important.
angle, when the asset depreciates, do you swap it out for a new asset? You're saying
that's up to that person.
Yeah, but Viz,
That's up to that person.
Some people keep their cars forever. Some people buy a brand new car and will keep it forever because they fell in love with that car. Even though
you can reset the mileage though, can't you? Ain't that like being born again saint or something?
but no, Viz, let me tell you something right here. Let me tell you real quick. What you were speaking on, there's a hierarchy for that type of thing to work. And I told people on another platform, if you were to introduce the dowry system in the US, more than 80 or 90% of the women will not never qualify for that.
Why
Well,
wouldn't it?
the way the dowry system was made up, I'll put it like this. Single mom would never qualify, not one bit at all.
Would you qualify?
No, I don't think you understand. I'm from a Nigerian culture, and I was taught about our culture at the Yoruba.
Right, you said over here. You said 90% of our women wouldn't qualify. Would you qualify?
I say if they bring the dowry system and the concept of it from Africa and bring it into the U.S., since y'all have been saying it for a while, majority of black women are single mom. Am I right or wrong?
Why are you attacking black
No,
women?
No.
I'm not attacking.
I'm not attacking.
All
I'm
that
bringing
I'm
them.
saying
No,
is
I'm not
that
attacking.
marriage
But I'm bringing them. No, hear me
is a
out.
business.
Hear me out.
I'm not trying to bring what we do in Africa or what
I
we
know,
do
but
in
here what I was
Africa
trying to explain to you,
into
what you were
America.
talking about. What you were talking about. It's a system that have been dated back to the elder of the tribe, how they brought it up. And that concept was based on the purity of a woman. Keyword purity.
So she would have to be a
So
virgin.
that being case, if you bring that type of concept over here, right, and based on your argument, most black women are single mom.
That's
What
not my
about the
argument, bro. That's not my argument.
not
My
your argument? I'm talking
is
about the general.
simply
I'm talking about
that
the general argument here.
my
About
general
what?
argument is that marriage is a business.
Okay.
That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not trying to bring what's going on in Africa
No
over
problem.
to
No
America.
problem. 'Cause when I hear that type of conversation, I want to be understand the root cause of it. Because the way I was telling do from another platform, they want me to talk about it, and I explained to them. A lot of ladies in the U.S. were not going to like it if I
Well, you
break
know
it
what?
down.
CBN. First of all, the dowry system is you're saying that they won't qualify. Every person will qualify. What no matter how many children she has. Now, what would she get paid? Well, how much would a man pay for her is a different question. But everybody would get bought in some form or another because the dowry system is just a form of financial and material gifts that's given
I know, but
from one family to another
I
for the
know,
wife.
but here's the thing.
Yeah, we've
The way it was set up, it was meant for women who
we've
womb
seen
was
kings give away their
Yeah, but that's
wives
not
to other kings.
Yeah, the way you're saying the
I
way it
know
was
that.
set up is that
She
the
can't
woman
be
needed to
butts
be a
open
virgin.
already though.
But
CBN, you're saying that the way it was set up is that the woman needed to be a virgin and she had to have some purity, and the
Bingo.
hymen wasn't broken, and they used a white
Bingo.
sheet and came out. We understand all of that. That's not
Yeah.
nothing new. We understand the concept of it. I'm simply saying the fundamental purpose of a dowry or the foundation of a dowry isn't necessarily based upon virginity. It's based upon one family paying a material financial gift to another family for their daughter. Now, if you get to America and you say, well, all the women in America, they wouldn't qualify for the virginity side of it from Pakistan or Africa or wherever they're using that, but somebody might pay for it.
But they're gonna be half off though.
Yeah, that's my point. It'd be on clearance. They'd be
nigga clearance, nigga. That's like 80.
Okay, y'all stupid. Y'all
No. That's probably if you using this example, Viz is so. That's why I was trying to get assets and liabilities. Are you devaluing the women based off them having kids prior to marriage?
In my culture, they do that quick. They do that in my culture quick.
Of course.
Let me tell you why I say that. Let me tell you why I say that.
Let Viz.
I'm
asking Viz. CBN, I was asking Viz.
Okay.
So yeah, technically you can. If a woman has children, especially that's been outside of wedlock, of course they're devalued.
What?
The same.
I wish like hell a single mom would tell me to pay a dowry.
The
Well, if
same.
she was only $5.
The same with
Yeah,
men.
but it would still have to be some type of curve because there's supply and demand. If that's what's the only thing available to you, then that kind of offsets everything, right?
For sure.
Yeah,
But hey,
Marcus, everything is for sale.
while y'all
Everything
playing,
is for
wh-
sale.
while y'all
Not
playing,
according to
whenever y'all had them kids, when y'all pay child support, it's like, you might well say you're paying a dowry.
Everything is for sale.
18
Everything
years,
that we
man.
look at, everything that you guys are touching, everything that you've ever seen in your life is for sale.
it's
In the,
not.
in,
Man. It's
Yes, it
not.
no, it
is.
is. It is. And the
Mhm.
ultimate payment may be death.
Cut the lights off and see don't your woman be gone.
All right, so Bruiser, how much would it cost for Weinstein to take you on that island and do what he want to you?
Damn.
Pause.
Oh, pause.
Not everything was for sale.
Darwin, say death.
Wait,
The
what? What
hell
do you
just
say?
happened, bro?
I said everything ain't for sale. Y'all said everything is for sale. I'm saying
Yes.
it
Who
isn't.
said that?
Yes, the payment would be death. You'd have to, in order for you to get me on that
No,
island and do with me
no,
what you want.
Bruce didn't say.
You have
That
to
ain't what
pay me
Bruce
with
said.
my
What would you?
Hold on.
What would be your price, Bruce, for him to take your ass?
Hold on, wait. Pause. What? What are we
Pause.
doing?
This is going. I don't like where this is going.
Let me add up. Let me add up my
What would be the
bills.
price for that man to take your ass?
Bro, I thought we was talking about a dowry.
Bruiser like,
And all it takes is dowry. How much is a dowry have to be for Epstein to take your ass?
No,
what's my
sir.
T-Mobile
I don't
bill this
answer
month?
that kind of question.
Does Weinstein got to do to take your ass? Answer the
The
question,
electric
Bruce.
bill. What's the electric bill this month, Darwin?
What?
That's all it takes.
Oh,
Pay his
Hey,
utility.
hey, look.
You got that car note. That car
y'all
note. You got that
evil. Y'all
insurance.
evil
Hey
as
man,
hell.
let me answer the question. Y'all playing, man. Let me answer the question. So,
Wow.
JR, your question is,
Don't do it.
married
You better
and
change
she's a
it. You better
project. Look,
change the title now.
no, I'm gonna stay on it because you ready to give your ass up to Weinstein. So I'm trying to save you.
Oh, hell no.
Look here, man. Are women projects? Yeah, women are projects because you have to deprogram. You're gonna have to reprogram whatever woman you get. Now, it's all about how much you're gonna have to reprogram. That's what you looking for. Now, some women you have to do an overhaul. Other women you might have to tweak it here or there. You know what I'm saying? Tweak it because she's not the best cook, but she's doing everything else. Okay, no problem. I'll teach you how to cook. We're gonna get some culinary art classes. We're gonna get that all set up. We're gonna get you right. I'm gonna be your guinea pig. My stomach's gonna have to go through some rough nights of your cooking, but I'm gonna get you to the point of perfection to where I think your cook is good. The hell with what everybody else thinks. As long as it's tolerable to me, I'm good. Them kids gonna eat what we eat. They ain't got no goddamn choice. So is she gonna be a project? Yeah. You might get a virgin. You get a virgin, you have to teach her how to make you feel good. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna have to teach her, I'm gonna have to educate her. What I like, what I don't like. Or if you have a woman who's not a virgin, but there's certain things you like that she may not do. So now I got to show her, teach her how to please me. You know what I'm saying? She may be doing some things that she did with her last man, like she was able to talk flick and get crazy. No, but that ain't how you talk to a man. I don't know what you was with when you was with Shannon, but with Hink, you can't talk to me like that. I don't tolerate that bullshit. So now I got to change. I got to reprogram. I got to adjust her. That's what we have to do. Now, if you're not willing to do that, that's on you. You hope she comes ready made. Ain't no woman ever gonna come ready made. Not with everything you looking for.
So
come on, man.
So you got to have
so Hank, with that,
you gotta make sure to that standard.
Ready.
So Hank, I think most men will be willing to like get rid of a little malware or upgrade the RAM, but when you understand that in most cases you're gonna find out that the motherboard is fried, you might be in over your head, and you may as well just get another candidate.
I mean, but you'll see
I'm
that
an IT
early
guy. I
on.
understand that very clear.
You say that. You say that. The dudes are willing to do. Dudes are willing. Some dudes for the right woman. Some dudes are willing to deal with that overhaul of that motherboard. Darren said, "Y'all talking about baby mama? That's some motherfuckers out here will save a baby mama and don't give a goddamn how many kids she got. They will get with her. She look good.
Y'all on here done say one, didn't it?
One about to.
And I got respect for those brothers because that's a hard job.
There's one
Not
about right
everybody
now.
wants a brand new car. Some people want an old school Chevy where the AC don't blow cold, the back windows don't roll down. But they
That's
like
a Chevy.
that old school
That
shit.
85 Chevy that fall in the
Yeah, that's
driveway.
a
Baby,
hoop,
young
man.
I'm
They
gonna
want
break
to
him
ride
out.
around in the hoop.
Some of them want that box Chevy Capri. The motherfucker that be leaning with the suspension.
Chicago want one.
She a little
Rilla
heavy.
want one. Rilla want
Call it
he
big
want a
box.
I ain't
chicken
got
box.
this. Restore that
Rilla
bitch.
want a
You restore
76
that
chicken
bitch.
box.
That bad boy going from worth $5,000 to $25,000. You restore it,
Yeah, it
right?
was hard to get rid of rust, bro.
Oh, you said it's
Shit,
hard to get rid of rust. That's why you
He
cut
said
it
it's hard
out.
to get rid of rust, but some people
all you
will
gotta
cut
throw
that
is
Cut it
all
rust
you
out.
gotta
out.
do is throw some money at
Put
it.
You cut it out.
Chef, I only want something to get me from point A to point B in the community.
Cause I know how
Oh.
y'all
Rilla
can
don't
get
want he
Capri. Y'all
ain't
can
put
get
Hey,
this on
with a
fellas,
bowl
shout out
on
to
it,
the
bowl
broken
on the bed.
community. Shout out to the motherfuckers on the island, eh?
Yo, JR, you tweaking,
Hey,
G.
hey,
Oh.
You tweaking.
Cruiser, that's how you
You
gonna look
tweaking.
after you leave Weinstein's Island. That's how you gonna look.
No, I ain't going. And answer your question, and answer your question, M. White. And to answer your question, M. White, I'm gonna do what you do. What you gonna do?
I
Exactly.
said everything wasn't for sale. Remember? I literally said everything ain't for sale. You and Shannon talking about everything. Everything is for sale.
everything.
Hold on. Is you going to the island?
No, 'cause I don't want the money. Look, I walked away from millions for the word nigga. It's a lot of shit I won't do.
But you gonna ask me like I'm gonna.
No, you agree with him. All right, let me ask the person who originally said it, Shannon.
Yes.
How much?
Hold on, whoa, pause. You said you would go to the island?
No, he said he won't.
Yeah, I will not. Shannon, you said everything is for sale.
Everything is for sale.
How much
Yes.
does
I'll
it
tell you what,
cost
Actually, it's
for
your
me to
ass.
go to the island?
for you to go to the island?
They'd have to take my dead body.
So
That's what that's the payment. That's what I'm trying to say. They'd have the payment is them killing me.
I think that's 2 L's. They gonna kill you and take your body.
That's what it would cost.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
Damn.
That's
JR,
what it would
you
cost.
wild.
I
I
got
just put 2 and 2 together. We having this conversation, and you gonna put that damn Meek Mill up there. You wild.
that's what it would cost
You
for them to
put
do
that
that. And you got people that's gone to prison.
tweaking.
Now, M. White, you use that as an example, but let's just use prison. You know, you got homies. I got homies that's gone to prison, right?
He the last one to
That's
laugh
dead.
at the joking class.
That's dead today. I got one. I'm thinking of one particular homie that's dead today because they killed him in prison because they tried to take his manhood in prison, and he wouldn't do it. He was a small dude. He wouldn't, his small frame and the whole nine. But he had a whole lot of heart. But he went to prison and he ran up with some niggas that tried to try to take him like in the manner that you went. But he didn't go that route, and so they ended up deleting, as we say for YouTube. They deleted him in prison.
So I would say he didn't. It wasn't for sale. He died. Like I don't think. I get where you're going with your fate with his life,
the
but
ultimate cost.
he didn't.
That's the cost.
Well, it depends. That's what I'm saying. So I think what you're looking for is what dollar amount would somebody pay, and I'm simply saying.
So are you taking it off the dollar amount? Are you saying that everything doesn't have a dollar amount?
Yeah, everything doesn't have a dollar amount. No, but everything has a cost. Everything is for things can be paid for by a lot of different ways. You can pay for things by labor, by bartering, by payment, by it's a whole lot of different ways to pay something.
Time.
So time, and that's all I'm saying.
Well, Jackie did it for 14 years. He got 2 wives.
Well, the reason I was asking because the conversation was centered around it being a business and finances, and then it veered off into dowries. And I'm like, all right, well, if we're talking about tangible things,
is your time money? Your time isn't your time money?
No, money is money. My time is my time.
No. Shauna got a point. How much time do you invest in your daughter raising her?
You say how much what?
How much time do you spend in raising up your daughter, if you have one?
Every waking hour, for the most part.
Okay. So if someone want to marry your daughter that you invested so much into your daughter, you don't think she had to pay the price for that?
Pay me? No. I'm not selling my child.
No, you're not saying selling. If someone want to marry your daughter, where we are
He is
culturally in my
selling.
country, it's not like you're selling, but you're paying for the worth who that woman is. She was brought up in a very good household. She was brought up different like every other woman out there. So there's a lot of value in that woman. So I would pay, I don't know, maybe 20 cow, 2 plot of land, maybe 2 acre of land and then some. That's how it's going into the present day in my country today. There are
Mm-hmm.
men still doing that because they saw the value in your daughter. So they said she has so much value and virtue in her. I think I would give this one to her father because she's worth it. Get my point now?
Well, let's do it like this, Marcus. He's talking about your daughter. So, let's pray that your daughter runs her future husband through you. Let's pray. You know, a lot of women don't do that. They
Yeah,
go
no, I
quickly.
agree. I
Let's
agree.
pray that your daughter runs it. That man, in order to get your blessing, for him to be with your daughter and marry her and all of that, he will have to have paid everything he's learned, his education, the things that impressed you, the shit that he's the education that he's picked up along the way. He would have had to pay that you've seen him pay. Now, it's not necessarily a dollar amount, but you would have looked at this young man and said, okay, I see you put in work over here. You paid the time for that. I see you went to school over here. You paid the tuition and time for that. I see you came up in this neighborhood and you navigated out of that. I see what kind of car you drive. I see where you got the job and I know how hard it is to get that job. And I see where you're going. That man has paid a whole lot to be with your daughter.
Okay, I'll take that. I'll take.
I was going to say, if I'm not mistaken, I think I was told, and I don't know, but I think if you are a Muslim man, if you want to marry a woman, don't you have to buy anything that you want before you marry her? Is that something? No. Okay.
You better hope she don't want a burger.
I don't know about that.
I don't know.
Dowries do still exist, or a version of it, but it's not 100% necessary.
Look, I'll tell you this though: if the woman disgraced her family name in that marriage, it brought shame to the father and the mother, but also could affect his business. That's how it operates outside the U.S. There's some people make sure their daughter don't go AWOL, because when you go AWOL and you're a businessman in society, they gonna look at your kid, they'll look at you like, how you running such for business, but you didn't take care of your kids?
So you telling me
Sometimes,
y'all make it seem like there ain't no single moms in Africa or something?
there are single moms in Africa, yeah, but they're paying the consequence because there's no
What's the consequence?
system. There's no system to take care of them.
So
They're on their own, literally.
They're not
They're literally on
celebrated.
their own. They're not celebrated at all. They ain't
I know
getting
how
no
it is.
child
I know how it
support.
is in Kenya. In Kenya, they are not celebrated. There's an incentive for them not to become a single mom.
Same thing in Nigeria.
So is that who the passport bros is getting when they go over there?
No, you're not getting it. Single mom are left behind by the government and by society. Society don't take care of them. Government don't take care of them. They're literally on their
So the
own.
passport bros is going over there and say they smashing the girls over there. How are they smashing without having to pay a dowry?
That if the woman is left open and she's free. Now, if she from a prominent home, she's not allowing no man's match because you know why? First and foremost, she gotta go back to her dad. And worst case now, I've seen it happen firsthand when a particular prominent man of society daughter got knocked up. I saw a bunch of dudes got on the truck. Everybody was talking about it within the compound. Drove out in less than 2 hours. They dragged the boy who would knock up that daughter and make sure he had a shotgun with it. Meaning you're not gonna F my daughter, get her pregnant, think you will walk away free. I spoke to a lot of African people do TikTok. They say the thing they're going to this day. You don't smack another person's daughter thinking that you're going to escape. They're going to look for your ass, find your ass, drag your ass, and let you know you got 2 options. Marry my daughter to fix the name, or you go bye-bye.
And the government will turn their head and be like, okay, the government ain't on. He ain't getting arrested.
He ain't getting arrested at all. They're like, you smash his daughter, you knock her up.
Oh, what noise did you just make?
God forbid, God forbid, God forbid you are a foreigner and you do that shit. If they
That was a
catch you,
machete noise?
they would take your passport from you if they wanted to.
You sound like a
Real
machete.
talk. They don't play. No, people think Africa is a joke. No, they're not a joke. They are not a joke.
Yeah,
Even
they
Mandrell,
they
if
still
you know
throwing
Mandrell,
folks in
Mandrell will
the
tell you
street out
Africa
there
is
out.
crazy. If you know Mandrell will tell you Africa is crazy. They don't play around. They don't. So don't think you'll go and smash another man's daughter while he's still alive and you get her pregnant like he's not gonna look for your ass. Try that.
I did it.
Go back to America.
I didn't get her pregnant, but I was out
He
there
can't
doing
get
it.
over this motherfucker anyway. So he gonna be
Okay, you got lucky because if you'd have
probably
caught
gonna
found out that
just
shit,
report on my videos.
because there's some fathers they don't care who you are or what you are. The government not gonna put a head on them. They're like,
Well, yeah, I mean, but that's what I was saying earlier. That within our culture, we okay that we celebrate
that's the
it.
point.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
It's like people are legitimately having divorce parties. You know, and people are going to these divorce parties. So
So
it's
what's the price if you want to just rent her?
I mean, shit. That's what a lot of people are doing now, though.
I mean, ain't
well,
that a viable
For
question?
real.
I don't
Yeah,
really like
it
this
is.
shit. I don't really like this shit you're talking about.
I mean, like it ain't like a discounted diary or some shit like for a couple
No,
hours.
you talk about we like this shit because, like I said, to this day, a lot of fathers do not play around over there with their daughters like that. And we're catching them. Their daughter doing that couple of things, she get exiled. You say, give my last name. You don't deserve my last name. Get the hell out of here.
Wait, ain't it Chinese dudes going over there that's supposed to be building roads that's impregnating
Now,
and leaving them?
no. Here's the problem. Right now, there's an issue
That
that's
nigga over
going
there
on in
building a
Nigeria.
legacy.
Hold on. There's an issue that's going on in Nigeria right now. When these Chinese people had a supermarket and were playing that bullshit, they shut down. They shut down the supermarket. They're not having that thing going on. They're not going to
So
go.
I seen a documentary that was talking about that it was an uptick in Chinese men that was coming down there and impregnating women and going back to China.
No, they're marrying them, and they had an issue with them with that thing. But wasn't mostly in Nigeria, maybe in Nigeria. I don't know. It's not Kenya. I know that for sure. It's not Ghana. It's not Nigeria. It's another African country. But what's going on right now? When China people run a business over there in Africa and say there was no African person in their business, they get shut down immediately. That become a big deal, and
Hold
that's
on, I'm
what's
about
going
to
on.
find this documentary.
And people don't know that I follow up with that thing because I got people who live there, and I speak to them on several occasions to find out what the heck is going on. So
It
best
sounds like
believe
it sounds like it can be an exploit though, because
they
that
try
ain't
that. They try that, and they still get. It's been going on for a decade right now. They be trying that bullshit, and they get caught. A lot
no.
of Chinese
I'm
business
saying
got
it
shut
sounds
down
like it
for
can
that.
be an exploit if let's say okay, I meet a woman and I pay the dowry, and she get over here and she said, "Oh, I don't think this is gonna work. Do I get my dowry back?" Nick?
Let me put it like this. And I'm telling you right now, the
Nope.
Chinese, they're not playing that game, even though they try it. Because
No,
many
no. I'm
times they
saying
try it.
no. I'm saying if I married a Nigerian woman or a woman from
hmm
Africa, and her father
hmm
required me to pay $10,000.
What?
And I get over here and I say, "Hell, go ahead and put the groceries up." And she say, "Well, I don't think this is gonna work. I want a divorce." Then what I do? Do I go? Did I contact her father, give my 10 racks before?
All you gotta do is bring the daughter back. Let the father know your daughter is not up with that circuit word. I need my dowry. He have no choice but to give it back because that did happen several times. I've
No,
seen father. No,
I
no,
don't think that's
you,
happening in
you
every
no.
situation.
You may not believe it. I've seen it firsthand. I live in Nigeria for 7 freaking years. So I'm telling you, I have seen the parent of the daughter beg the husband, please, I'm sorry, please take my daughter back. And they're like, no, I want my money, I want my dowry. And he had no choice but to give it back. The problem with a lot of people,
I'm not saying
let,
that it doesn't
let,
happen,
no, I
but
live there.
what I'm saying is that what we see often, both men and women, in from Africa, Jamaica, Thailand, whatever the case may be, we see these people get married solely so that they can get a visa or become a American citizen, so that they can come over to the States, set up shop, and eventually move their family over here.
But
So
it's not.
that's
Hold on. I get your point, but it's not only Africa been doing that. the
That
Chinese, the Middle Eastern.
I didn't say only Africans. I named a couple other countries as well.
I get it, but that's been known for a while. But the thing
Yeah.
is, they do that on purpose. Here's the biggest thing I think people made. Those who come here to get married for their visa, or they got a husband already or a family there already beforehand, either be male or woman. The problem about most people, they don't do their homework to find out. No, let me fly back to your country and find out who you are first before they marry them. That's the big mistake. I always tell people before you travel to another country, do your homework first. I've been doing that for more than 2 freaking decades. And a lot of people get in those type of marriage scam. They didn't realize, oh, they had a whole family. That's the point of them coming here for. You know how many people tell me, oh, I'm trying to get married for my visa, and I dig, or they got a boyfriend, or they got a husband with a kid and everything, but they want to keep quiet about it. I'm like, come on. They've been going on for that. My dad used to work for the city. They've been going on since the 80s. He used to help people get their visa here, even though they got a wife and kid already at home. That's how it's been going on for a long period of time. The problem is, over is government for that thing. That's it on them. The Middle Eastern better do it as well. Chinese better do it. Come on.
Hey, we gotta start wrapping it up, man. Especially we get final thoughts. If we got anything to say, into that time. Anybody?
Oh, man.
What topic?
I ain't paying for no pussy. That's all I want to say.
You did when you married them.
Couple of cows. That's all. Couple cows.
I do want to get to BZ. My apologies for over this, but $5 is okay. Said we have a community. Are we thriving? Some days I don't feel like we are. We are fragmented and insects. Sorry about that again, BZ. Want to thank
me and Jolo.
All right.
Chicago, Willie.
Yeah, man. But I think that we do have a community. I think that the community is just trash right now. You know what I'm saying? Like the community is what we normalize, and a lot of the stuff that we normalize is trash. You know, the divorce rates, the way that people carry themselves out in public. There was recently a video of a chick throwing a bowling ball at another chick.
I saw that.
You know what I'm saying, at the bowling alley, and people are laughing at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's humorous. Even with prom just happening, we're seeing 17, 16-year-old young girls going to prom in damn near nothing. You know what I'm saying? And this is happening across the country. So I think that
is that the minority or the majority?
Is what we see. Is what
no. I get that part, right? So because we don't control the media, right?
We do.
So if I was to show, we control the media.
So
you don't. Wait, hold on. Let me slow walk this. Go ahead, Viz, my bad.
So I'm from that. I will ask this. So with me using that example, are you saying that we don't control these 16, 17-year-old girls going to prom and damn near nothing?
We don't control the programming.
So we don't control the algorithm, right? When these people upload whatever to their social media accounts, we don't control those individuals. We're talking community, macro. Yeah, it sounds like you're pivoting to micro.
Well, so no, we do control our algorithm. The way that your algorithm works is whatever it is that you're looking at.
I get that.
That's what you're going to see. So
no,
yeah,
I get that. Let me ask you this, then, Viz.
It's the illusion of choice, though.
Right. So let me ask you this, Viz. So that works independently, right? There's nobody that can manipulate the algorithm. They just set it. It runs on its own. There's nothing manipulating that algorithm whatsoever, right?
They don't exist. The only thing that's manipulating the algorithm is the people that feed into it.
Okay. So no independence. Okay. So fair enough. So here's the point that I'm making, right? I think we tend to take and no indictment on you, right? But I think we tend to take the most extreme and say this represents the music. Now again, I think sometimes when people say like the black community is trash, that's a harsh criticism to take, right? I won't disagree with it. That's fair criticism, right?
I disagree.
But then what we define as culture and community is not fully indicative, right? Because we're also same way we're in prom season, we're also in graduation season,
Right.
right? And I know plenty of people that are graduating. My son just got his master's in theology from Emory, right? But that's culture. You see what I'm saying? That's part of the culture. That's not culture. Shan, we weren't taught to go to school, get a job, that wasn't part of.
I didn't say no. I'm going like this. I'm saying. In fact, I'm arguing. I think what Viz is conflating community and culture. When he talks about like these chicks that's going to school and wearing all this wild stuff, community would all be on the same sheet of music. We're gonna be modest. We're gonna be covered up. This is how we're gonna look. Blah blah blah. But when you don't have a community, and you just got a bunch, you got a shitty culture, and you got a bunch of individuals out here doing what the fuck they want to do, and there's no common fucking understanding, then you're gonna have 16, 17-year-old motherfuckers out here with their titties out.
Let me say something else just really quick.
Are there more white porn stars or black porn stars?
Wait. Let me say this just really quick too, because I think
part of the community
thing where and I get it, like we should really be focused on us, but I think when we look at other cultures, let me tell you something. I work around a whole bunch of people that don't look like me, and I see their children, and I'm always, sometimes when these young ladies come into my establishment dressed the way that they're dressed, I'm always amazed, like, man, not one inappropriate thought runs through my mind to either degrade or objectify them. Whereas if those I would be like, yo, put on some clothes or do this, that, and the third. I just always find that interesting. We look at our own and point the finger at them, and look at how you're dressed. There are other people doing the exact same thing.
But we shouldn't do that.
It's
No. I'm saying we should.
Right.
Listen, I think I advocate more for balance, right? Because I see, I'm at the crib, bro. So I'm seeing all of it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm in the city. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I see all of it. So I'm not tripping on that. What I'm saying is, I think a lot of times we highlight the worst part. And I say those parts should be dealt with, right? But we also don't highlight enough. So that's why I said it's the majority or minority. My cousin owns the only black-owned haberdashery over on the Gold Coast, right? It's prom season for him too. He getting them young bloods right. He has conversations with them. He's working with Bam, Becoming the Man. He had them young bloods in there getting them right about how to dress, how to tie a tie, how to tie a bow tie. I don't even know how to tie a bow tie, right? So these are the things that I'm saying. Like there's community here, and there is some problems. It's effed up. We are fragmented, right? But there still is good, and there still is community here, and that's the part where we got to get to problem solving. Shan, I think the first step in AA is like admitting that there's a problem or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree.
The first step in the recovery is admitting that you have a problem. But Chicago Rilla, ain't that what Viz saying?
Right,
when he's talking about especially when he's talking about the algorithm. So I think what you're trying to say is, Chicago Rilla, there's somebody, even though there's an algorithm and it's supposed to be automatically
arbitrary
working, and we're not supposed, there may be somebody over there tweaking a knob and just turning a little more ratchetness on the black folk and turning down the ratchetness on the white folk, even though it's supposed to be all automatic.
Right.
Then Viz is saying,
but
you know what? If we never gave them the content to begin with, would they even have it to turn up?
No, I agree with that, though, Shan. But that's
argument is the minority, and you can use minority to create.
That's the point that I was making, right? Because even I don't want to. I know JR trying to wrap it up, but yeah, that's the point that I'm making. That's why I asked: is that the minority or the majority?
So that be it, and I get that part. Be it the minority or the majority, just from what we see, what can be seen with the interactions on these types of videos and posts, I think that says a lot more. You know what I'm saying? Because if it's more people that's embracing it and applauding it compared to the people that's shaming it, then I think that plays a huge factor. You know what I'm saying? I get the part of okay, it's somebody else controlling the algorithm or whatever the case may be. But if our people, black people, are in the comments and they're sharing it, they're laughing at it, they
But
ha-haing
that's
it.
the point, Biz. We don't know who's in the comments.
We do
We
know
don't.
who's in the
No, we
comments,
don't.
bro.
Biz, I was in the Facebook group arguing with what turned out to be like a 17, 18-year-old. I'm having a full-on argument with a child. It's the internet, bro. I don't know who's commenting.
Yeah.
Who all these bots running through here
Ain't we
with
supposed
these
to be
comments?
fucking boycotting Gucci?
What
Ain't we
happened?
supposed to be boycotting H&M for having a little boy
What's the
that
one with
looked
the
like
monkey?
Yeah,
monkey?
long time now.
Ain't we supposed to be boycotting the NFL? Ain't we supposed to be? And so I think I hear both of you guys. I'm almost like on both sides. I wish I could split myself because, but Biz is saying, well, if we're supposed to be boycotting Adidas because how they did our man in our community, Kanye, then how come we only mad for 2 months? And then after 2 months, we right back at the Gucci store, right back at that ain't got nothing to do with the algorithm. That has everything to do with niggas not getting together and having a common goal. So where's the
It's
community
still,
at?
but see, but again, this is why D.W. Griffith, The Birth of a Nation, was so pivotal, because it's propaganda. It's propaganda, fam. Again, am I problem solving for the minority or the majority? And here's another thing, Shan, and JR, I'll go on mute after this.
A
Honestly,
lot
I
of
will.
niggas want Gucci still.
No, but I get that. I can't problem solve for the niggas that want Gucci still.
It's a majority.
Guess who's slipping? Guess we so busy paying attention to the niggas who ain't doing what they supposed to do. Guess who's slipping through the cracks? The ones that are doing what they supposed to do. We so busy trying to problem solve for the ones that's out of bounds and out of pocket that the ones who are doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing get neglected. So then what is that reinforcing them? So I wasn't challenging Viz's point in that regard. I'm saying, like, that critical lens that we're using to focus on the minority, does that really help us problem solve?
No, it spurs more propaganda. Let me ask y'all a question. Which community do
I
y'all
agree
think
with
is
Mark.
a community? Like, which community do you think is a model community? Caucasians?
I'll say the Asians.
The Asians in America or the Asians in general? Because
in general.
So the largest
It's one and the same, really.
I mean, well, who you think holds the record for the most people
Chinese,
killed in the genocide? What group of people you think holds the record for the most people killed in the genocide?
Asians, I believe.
Yeah, the Huns? They slaughtered
Mongols?
Yeah, the Huns or the Mongols, between both of them, they slaughtered millions.
Yeah, and we sold niggas in the North Atlantic slave trade. We are historically everybody's fucked up.
Yeah,
what we doing today? And so when you ask the question, when we look at today, you look at East Indian or you look at the Asian community. When we say, how are they raising their children?
The argument
in the black community, are we raising our children or are we just maintaining them?
Fair question. So the argument is, if you compare the Asians that made it over here, they had to immigrate here, right? So I think it would be fair to compare that based off the larger number of Asians and what percentage they fell into. So if that was the top 10% of Asians immigrated here, then compare them to the top 10% of Black Americans. Don't compare their top 10% that immigrates here to our lowest 10% and say, look, the Asians is just so much better than us. That's not a apples.
No, I only use the Asians because I've done a lot of travel in the world, and in a lot of the countries that I go to, they have Chinatowns all throughout the states. You got Chinatown in California, Chicago, Boston, Dubai. They're everywhere. So the fact that they can go to any country that's not theirs and set up shop, that's pretty fucking powerful.
We don't
have history though. Yeah, we don't have a history. But go ahead. No, listen, you're saying we are comparing the top 10.
Regard, though, don't
we
they,
should
Sam?
not compare the top 10 Asians to top 10% of Asians to the bottom 10% of Black. We're not doing that. Ain't nobody did it tonight. We're talking about the collective. the bottom rung of the Asians all the way to the top rung of the Asians, compared to the bottom rung of the blacks all the way to the top.
Well, we're doing
rung
much
of the
better than
black
them.
community.
Yeah, we're doing
When
much
we-
based off
when
those
we-
metrics. We're doing much better than them based off those
define better.
What
per
categories?
capita income, ownership. Because it's a lot of people in age. It's a lot of people in age that have zero negative net worth.
I'm talking. Are you going back to? Are you going to Cambodia? I'm talking about America.
Again, my initial point was in order to compare the ones here. No,
They're almost tripling us. What are you talking about?
to compare the ones here. So, if you immigrated here, you're not part. So there's a larger Asian society, right? The people who are able to immigrate more than likely were the most driven in maybe even better educated portion of their society. So when they come over, they're not coming over and just trying to figure things out for the most part. They're coming over into a plan, or they already have education and skill set that they just have to transfer and apply.
Okay,
that's very different than the lower group of Asians. If you imported all of the Asians over here, they will have. Y'all got a large gangbanging Asian set in Cali, right? It's because they're becoming more American as the time goes on. So the old world ways are shifting away. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-mm. Sorry.
The percentage of Asians that are in America are not, I don't think, overall representative of the percentage of Asians everywhere. I think they're a small specific group.
Yeah, but I'm not concerned. I'm not comparing the percentage of Asians everywhere. I'm talking about Americans.
Right.
I'm talking
So
about the American. I'm talking about the American Asian community.
Just follow me. The American Asian community
the
is
Asian
representative.
American community. Since you saying we got a community and it's just fragmented, it's fucked up, and good, bad, or indifferent, we have a black community, an African American community,
Uh-huh.
and you have an Asian American community. You're telling me that the African American community is outperforming the Asian American community in all metrics?
No, absolutely not. What I'm saying is, no, absolutely not. What I'm saying is the Asian American community is actually part of the Asian community, and that is their 10% removed.
Yeah, that's
and
one of
then
our
we're
issues.
comparing
We're
it to.
I'm with you on that one, because we're the only people that don't have, like, where are we gonna go back to?
That's
Like,
my point.
If shit hit the fan, Mexicans can all go back to Mexico. Italians can all go back to Italy. Puerto Ricans can all go back to Puerto Rico. Russians can all go back to Russia. The Koreans can all go back to Korea, whether it's north or south. Everybody can go all back to somewhere except for us. Where we going? What country do I go to? Do I go to Kenya? Do I go to Nigeria? Do I go to Lagos? Like, I don't even know where I go if I went over to the continent. So we don't have that. So I hear you when it comes to that. As a collective of the Asian community, even their subset of Asian Americans is still connected to whatever country that they're from, be it Philippines or China or Japan or whatever.
And those are the higher performing version of that sector. Is what
I understand. I got you on that one, and that's the shitty part about African American community. That's why I'm saying we don't have one. I really. Where's my embassy? Where, you know what I'm saying? Where's my headquarters? Who's the leadership that's representing? You know what? Where's the caucus that's representing me and my interests and what's doing best for me and my community, coast to coast? We don't got that.
We actually do got a black caucus, but it don't do what it's supposed to do. I agree with you. No, I agree with you. I just thought,
but Stan, all those questions are valid.
Them niggas ain't doing shit.
No,
but
but
I know we got one technically.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But even with how fast was it when Asians was getting attacked in right when Biden came into office, and they put together
less than 6 months, I believe.
He immediately put that in order.
The reason why the Asian
hate crime bill.
Yeah.
Now we
Asian
talking.
hate crime bill was put together so fast is because the Asians had a community that got together with the same common goal and said, if you don't do this, this ain't gonna happen for you. Black folk.
Did we ever try and do that?
Well, Ice Cube tried to put something together and niggas
before
rejected it.
Before that, did we try and do that? Before that, did we try and do it?
I don't recall. You gotta educate me.
I'm pretty sure that they did, but simply
What
off
happened?
the fact that
Rainbow
simply off
Kush?
the fact
Proof.
that the Democrats know that they can hold something in front of us and say, oh, okay, yeah, we're gonna do this, but simply by us voting for them by default, they're not gonna follow through with it. The only reason why
I agree with
Biden
you.
jumped on top of that is because he was like, all right, bet I know that this is a demographic that I can get to vote for us. So it was a way for him to pander to them.
So I agree with you on that you shouldn't just be blind voting Democrat. What I'm saying is we had a coalition in our community that was fighting for something, and then they went ideological, biological, pharmacological, terrorism to attack and destroy. They
Agreed.
didn't nobody else.
We had a community.
Wait.
We had it.
Can I blame the white man for that, Viz, or no?
Sure.
Okay,
You
cool.
better blame him. Who else we gonna blame?
I don't know. I don't know.
All my whole rebuttal with that is simply that if we are fully aware that this happened and how it happened and why it happened, then at some point we have to come up with a solution and figure out how to stop this from happening and stop using this as an excuse for us to continue to be in this whole mindset of I can't do this because of what happened.
Viz, you are in the entertainment industry. I'm assuming you're in the film business as well. That's what I've gathered.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then how? So you're saying basically, if you guys know that you're getting duped, you know you're getting the wool pulled over your eyes, you know you're getting bamboozled, you know that you're getting this happen, you got to stop complaining. So then, when we're given the opportunity to, let's say, buy music, when we're given the opportunity to have a rap beef, why do we, if we know that that's what they're fucking doing to us, why do we continue to buy into the bullshit and continue to pedestalize people like Sexy Red? Why are the worst of us on tour?
No, but Shan, I don't like when y'all use this because we know who consumes the music. We know who's at the concerts. We know who's buying the merch. That has nothing to do. Like, let's say,
Yeah, so we blame him.
Hold on 1 second, Black David. I will give you this. I will concede this. We control the cool. We control the cool, right? We stamp what's cool, right? When they were saying when they were saying jiggy and Will Smith came in saying get jiggy with it, it was a wrap. It's corny now. We don't say get jiggy no more, right? So we control the cool. I give you that, right? But in terms of these entertainers and what gets put out, what imagery, again, like I listen. I was listening to Isaac Hayes. I've been listening to him a lot for the last couple years. And I actually agree with him on this point. We have culture, right? It's our America's biggest export is culture, right? But we don't control the culture, and you can't control culture if you don't control infrastructure.
That's
If
true.
you don't control infrastructure, you don't control nothing.
That's the part, but we control what's cool. But we
Yeah,
control what's cool.
Yeah.
So then why do we don't control the numbers? We don't get to pick who gets released. We don't know who gets the fucking another deal. We don't know who gets played on the. We don't get to control who plays on the radio. Got it. But we get to control what's cool. Why do we continue to make cool the shit that we know is to the detriment?
Well, you know that's easy. For the same reason niggas said they selling drugs in the community. It's the exact same reason.
Let me say this real quick.
That was one of the issues with Drake. That's what this whole thing represents.
Sexy Red just had a concert maybe a week ago or something. I think in Minneapolis or something. In the post that was floating around on Facebook, I didn't see any white people in the audience. I saw a bunch of niggas in the audience fighting it was maybe 4-5 fights, and it all happened before she even got on stage. You know what I'm saying? It
Let me
wasn't
look
any
this up. You
white
saying
people.
Sexy Red was at Target Center and it was filled with niggas?
Yes, bro.
Okay. I mean, listen, I'm not saying black people not at these concerts. Listen, this is a well-documented fact of who buys the tickets to these shows, in particular to these festivals, where now they got payment plans for you to be able to attend the festival, paying for 125 every 2 weeks or every month, right? Black people not going out in mass funding these 360 deals like that. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying there's no black people at the concerts. I'm saying the majority audience. We stamp the cool. I agree with Shan. We say this is what's cool, this is what's hot. Woo woo. Celebrate all the other. I get all of that, right? Because we don't control the mechanisms and all that other stuff. But the majority audience is white based. It's people that are outside of the culture that want to cosplay and come in and participate and then be able to go back to the comforts of their home and enjoy their life. That's who
I
is.
hear what you're saying, but
That's who's funding the culture.
I just,
I mean,
I'm really still torn by that. There's plenty of white artists, hip hop artists, Yellow Wolf, Ritz.
Shout out to Yellow Wolf. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They dope as fuck, and it's
who the hell is these motherfuckers?
Yellow Wolf out of Atlanta. He was signed to Eminem. But
Yeah,
who brought him home?
He's big.
You know what I'm saying, Viz? Who gave him they pass?
No Yellow Wolf. What the hell?
I got you though. But you understand what I'm saying?
They only got a pass because, and I would say only primarily Yellow Wolf, but that was because he was signed with Eminem. And
nah, he was popping in Atlanta. He definitely was doing his thing, but it was more underground. But even with that, what I'm saying is, well, let me let you get to your question, because I feel like you was setting that up to say something about if they're white and they're doing their thing. I'm assuming you're leading to why something. Go ahead, my bad.
No, I'm just saying that. What I'm saying is that we still control. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, we still control who it is, as we all agree who is cool. Whoever it is that we make cool are the people that's going to get the most attention. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to have the most influence and power. That's why we have again, I know we dragging Sexy Red, but Sexy Red, Ice Spice, I'm trying to think of who another trash rapper that's
White people
popular
ain't
now.
buying Glorilla. That's black people.
It's a small demographic of white people that's
I
definitely.
want to make sure we understand when we say people are buying. So when you say like white people not buying Glorilla, we're not talking CD sales.
I'm talking touring. I'm talking concerts. I'm talking performances. The clubs that Glorilla and Sexy Red and all of them is performing in, that crowd is full of black folk.
Right. Okay. So again, those are clubs. I'm talking about stadiums, arenas. So you saying black people are packing out arenas, paying 100+.
Yes, bro. I just gave an example of the
Let me pull this up. Minneapolis, what's her name? Sexy Red was just at Target Center, and the crowd. What percentage of the crowd was black? You say,
bro? Damn near every clip that I saw, it was full of black people in there.
All right, so we're saying 90% black, 80% black, right?
100,
easily,
100% black. All right.
I'll say 80. I'll say 89 easily.
And the rest Hispanic, right?
Damn near.
So 100% black and brown.
Can't be.
Most artists aren't even making money off of CD sales anymore. They're making money. What they're making money off of is singles.
So I think it's large venues is going to be majority white. Small.
Wait, I'm sorry, Wizzle. Just really quick. This is what I'm saying, Viz. She was at the. I said Target Center, right? So I'm talking when I'm talking that I'm thinking bigger venues. She was at the
Okay.
Varsity, so that would be the equivalent of her coming, say, to the Chicago Theater or
No,
Harold
yeah.
Washington Cultural Center. So
Oh,
like when me and Wizzle went to see I don't know what was that
Nice
tonight's
conversation.
conversation. What do you say that whole like 1,500 people maybe?
Maybe.
Like that's the theater. These are the what Shan's saying. These are the clubs. I don't disagree with that point, but that's not what's supporting these artists on this
Yeah,
scale. These
most of
club
the
dates
money
that
is
they
made
doing,
from these shows.
right? I
And
agree with that,
the larger shows, and
but they not getting millions off of booking a 1,500 seater,
and you
a
don't get
2,000 seater.
continuous.
You doing stadiums to get big bread, and you bundling that, right? You're
So
bringing
what?
other acts with you.
Especially if they not 360, then they really gonna get they bread off the shows. So what was
Well,
the percentage you found?
no, I didn't even. You talking about that was in the audience? I didn't even go that far. I'm looking at the theater, and I'm like, no, this is a smaller venue. This is like the Fillmore in
Come back
Detroit.
and lay down.
Got dog. You tell him, Joseph.
Hold on, what?
Now I'm curious to see what the percentages are, especially at
No,
the
so
larger venues,
so
because that's
here
where
you got
a good portion of revenues generated.
in the entertainment. So okay, 50 Cent goes to concert. That crowd is all white. That's why he don't even 50 don't even really care about touring in America. He just takes it to Australia. He's going, it's making $1 million per show. You go to Usher has a residency in Vegas, and white folks come to see Usher. You look around the crowd, that's who's coming. The people that's vacating in Vegas at the time. Your larger A-list mainstream, when Chris Brown tours, that crowd is mixed. It's black, white, Asian. It's all, he got all the girls of all the cultures, all the communities coming to see Chris Brown. That's what's coming. But we're not embarrassed by 50 Cent, Chris Brown, and Usher. Not like what we're talking about. So when we talk about the person that is showing themselves to be almost a degenerate, like the fucking like the Kodak Blacks, like when we talk about people that we say, damn, why they got to do that? Oh, how come he dressed like that? Oh, how come she doing that shit? What the fuck is wrong with? We're not saying that about Chris Brown. We don't say that about whoever. You know what I'm talking about. So we don't say that about those type of artists. The ones that we cringe at, they're not selling those concerts like 50 Cent. They're not at Madison Square Garden. Sexy Red ain't doing Madison.
Correct. That theater is 550 people, so they probably was all 100% black. Trev.
They're working their asses off doing these smaller theaters and these smaller venues twice, 3-4 times as much to try to keep themselves afloat. Now, here's the thing: those venues are full of black folk. Those, it's not so so I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're trying to say. You're saying, listen, when Glorilla and fucking and the what's them girls' names? The
City Girls.
City
Girls and whatnot, and Diddy's ex-girlfriend, all them
Meg's doing
motherfuckers
something different.
when they go and do something, they're not doing it big where they're the headliner and this big old event and the police got the whole block shot off and this red carpet. That's only the A-list artists that's doing that, and ain't nobody tripping on how they present themselves because they know better. They gonna present. Beyonce is gonna be all right. We not worried about how Rihanna is representing the black community or how Beyonce and Jay-Z is, because who's supporting them is the white folk. But when we get to the Sexy Reds, and we just keep using her because she just had a baby by another nigga. When we talk about the fucking Summer Walkers, when we talk about them, we say, well, who's in the crowd watching them?
All right.
And it's us.
Right.
It's not no whole bunch of white folk just buying their shit.
Right.
And so I'm saying, why are we making them cool still? Really? We already know that we can't control. We know that why they're getting put out there. We don't control that mechanism. We don't control
it's the kids,
why they're
though,
getting
man.
popularized. But why we gotta make it cool?
Well,
we gotta.
Trev telling
you gotta. It's the kids. That ain't. I don't think any one of us ever have gone to a Sexy Red or even a Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, Sukihana, any trash ass artist, you name it. I don't think any of us would do that, right? Or most of our peers in our age bracket. I couldn't see myself in a Sexy Red audience like ever, right?
Bro, they out there, bro.
You got a point.
No, I dig it,
They
but
out there,
that's far and rare. Most of the people, you look like a whole weirdo trying to mix in with them cats that's in that crowd right now. It's a bunch of young people. It's the young cats that's doing it. So they're not gonna hear us tonight for the most part. Believe it or not, they won't.
that is
And
true.
Would y'all smash?
they don't even. A lot of times at that age, they don't see the bigger picture.
Oh, bro.
And
Would
My
y'all
bad.
smash?
But it goes back to the earlier question, though, Trev. What are we arming our children with, right? Because I said
yes,
I was
absolutely.
very intentional and particular about what we fed our children, what they listen to,
Yep.
what they watch. So my kids
Yeah.
couldn't even tell you. Well, they probably could now. I mean, they like, you know, again, Ladybug graduate next week. You know, they could probably tell you now, but they know how to discern. But to your point, I mean, it's hip hop. It's always youth driven. But Shan, my point was more so around putting a hypercritical lens, because again, these venues are smaller venues. So I would imagine that if it's a 500 seater, then yeah, and it's a Sexy Red, then yeah, it's probably gonna be us. But if she's at the Target Center, which is who plays at the Target Center? The Timberwolves, right? That's the basketball arena. That audience is gonna look way different.
Or Brenner Boy,
I
she's
think
sold
that
out crazy.
it'll still be the majority of us, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, nah.
The other part too, to piggyback off of what Trev said, there are grown adults that's feeding into, you know what I'm saying, what's going on right now. There was I remember when they was making it cool to walk around with the fake bulletproof vest on, years after 50 did it. A couple of years ago, when everybody was walking around with the fake bulletproof vest on. I used to bounce in Chicago, so I would see this firsthand. It was grown men with grays in their beard, 40 plus, walking around the club with a fake bulletproof vest on. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, bro, what is you doing?
Damn.
It was from the south suburbs.
It was in the city.
He said it came from
Bro,
the south
man,
suburbs.
hey, don't do that.
but look, even with that, right? And listen, I appreciate the conversation. Even with that, well, we also realize the clubs have changed, right? Because ain't nobody dancing no clubs no more. Most people buying section to live out they best rap video. That's all they do. They stand on the furniture, and they pop bottles, and they have bottle wars, and they rap the lyrics to songs about things that they either, well, some of them may have done it. I don't know.
That's all they
But
know.
they acting out rap videos. They pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to a spot to live out their rap dream.
But that's
what those best were about. But I'm not excusing it. I'm just giving it context.
When I was so we're talking about our daughters watching. Remember, because I said I want our daughters to look at the mess and make sure that they avoid that. So here's Sexy Red's itinerary for the summer. So on the May 17th, she's going to Gulf Shores Public Beach, and she's up there with Zach Bryan, Lana Del Rey, and Odessa. Right, June 1st, she's in there with Lil Wayne and the Roots with Jill Scott and Nas at Fairmount Park in Philadelphia.
That's the Roots picnic.
So then on June 7th, a week later, she's at Flushing Meadows Corona Park in Queens, New York with Post Malone, The Killers, SZA, and others. Then she's there again the next day. Oh, all weekend. And then she goes to Atlantic Union Bank Pavilion, and she's with Mariah the Scientist. The only thing that she has, she's at Caton's Bank Arena with Big Boogie. I don't know who Big Boogie is. And then she's on June 28th, she's at the BET Experience with Cardi B, Gunna, DeVito, and others at Crypto here in LA. So and then she's at the Broccoli City Festival in Washington, D.C. at Audi Field. It's a 2-day pass with Meg Thee Stallion, Gunna, Party Next Door, and others. And then finally in August, her last show for the summer is at Lollapalooza at Grant Park in Chicago. So she's doing that with SZA, Tyler the Creator, Blink 182. So here's the argument. Do they need to, in order to inject a Sexy Red? She's not headlining nothing. Does she
I'm
need
about
to
to
be
ask
up
that.
there?
Yeah, it's
Does
a
she need to
festival.
be with?
She's part of a bundled package, Shan.
Oh, let's see where you're
Most
going
of
with
those
this.
you
I think
named
Shan
were
about to agree
festivals.
with us. Shan, can you? I think you about to agree with us, aren't you?
Wait,
You're
hold
gonna
on.
get
Let me
on the
say this
stage
real
and
quick
first, though. I'll
too.
tell you that.
No, I get where
over the
Shannon coming
past.
from because I done security on content ground. Someone like Sexy Red will be played first, where the crowds are not there yet. 'Cause I've been on content ground after the security guard. We organize the crowd. They will not come up a point. You will see like a few people in the front. The main crowd come for the headliners. They don't come for someone like say, you know, there'll be mad people there. They tell her out first when the
Yeah,
crowd is light.
she's opener. She's opening. But
She's
now,
opening.
now let's now in a lot of those concerts that he named is a mixed crowd for sure. Especially Lollapalooza. That's extremely mixed. But
Yeah, the
now I
Blink
will
killers.
say
182. Blink 182. Oh yeah.
Wait, Lollapalooza is mixed?
Like
hell
95%
yeah,
white.
Lollapalooza mix, bro. Come
It's
on
like
now.
95% white.
Wait,
But
Viz, what percentage of black people is going to Lollapalooza?
I mean, it's not a big crowd, but it's definitely
but
some black folks in there for sure.
No,
You
and
ain't going?
again, I'm not saying black people aren't at these venues. I'm just
Less than
I'm
5%. Would you say that's
just
a fair?
trying to clarify your wording, bro. Because when you say it's a mixed crowd, that could be 49-51. It could be 45. You know what?
What I'm saying, a
55.
mixed crowd is white, Hispanic,
It's a predominantly
Asian.
white crowd that goes to Lollapalooza and most of these
mm-hmm.
festivals. That's the point that I've been making.
Right. What I'm saying is
Okay,
overall,
my bad.
it's a mixed crowd. That's all that I'm saying. It's a wider array of mixed cultures that's going to be at Lollapalooza.
You was
Now,
getting ready to make the point, Viz.
now let me
What
say,
was the point you was gonna make?
so the point I was going to make, we've over the past 2-3 months, maybe 4, we have seen Sexy Red literally be go to different high schools to perform. We even just seen her recently get kicked out of a high school and all of them are predominantly black. She recently got kicked out of a high school because she walked in there smelling like weed and made a whole post about it. She not going to white schools, you know what I'm saying, doing this. These are predominantly black schools. So
Because she partied with him in the parking lot afterwards.
No, do you know who her Shan, she do you know who what Gamma label?
Yeah.
So you know a lot of these labels are folded. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
After you, we're gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, I think it was Universal. Was it Universal?
Yeah, a
that
lot of
folded
them have
along with
folded, but Gamma is the new one, right? So
Is it that's the new name that they all folded into?
well, not them, but Gamma would be a subsidiary. My point being is it's a new type of Geffen. If you like Geffen or MCA or something like that, it's like that, right? So
Right.
these acts are moving through these systems. It's not. Did they not, Viz?
oh no, I'm reading what this nigga
No,
Andre.
don't read the chat, man. Leave the chat alone.
Yeah, this nigga Andre been tripping.
Nah, we having a
That's
discussion here. Yeah, we having a discussion here. My point being is like when you look at a Meg Thee Stallion, she signed to Rock Nation because again, for Sexy Red, my question would be, you know, how are these acts getting booked? Well, you go back, you look at I haven't seen who her management is, but based off her label, yeah, she's gonna get all these festival looks, including One Music Fest, Roots Picnic. Who would imagine a Sexy Red at a Roots Picnic, Broccoli Festival, a Rolling Loud, what's the other part? Like Coachella. I wouldn't be surprised if she hit Coachella earlier this year.
Yeah.
Like all those looks.
She was
puts
just
her
on
in front.
stage at a country concert too.
Yeah, that with JR played that earlier.
Oh, yeah.
My point being is that yeah, I think we do got to start. I 1000% concede that the community, the culture, fragmented, shitty, everything. I stop short at saying it's trash. I'll let y'all do that so we can have an honest conversation around it, right? So then what's the work? Right? What's the work? And I guess we can leave that for another time.
Yeah. Stop making it cool.
All right, I want
That's all.
Cool.
We have the power to do that.
I think a lot of people came to the solution. They just gonna move to a white neighborhood and say black culture is trash and they admonish it at any chance they get. I think that's been the solution that a lot of people have taken.
I don't know a person in their right mind that will stay in a community that that you have to watch over, look over your shoulder 24/7, not be comfortable, not be able to have your children be outside to play and have fun and all that other stuff. That makes no logical sense.
Yeah, that sounds like Black American inception of freedom in this country, or the illusion of freedom. I digress.
All right, Charlie, let me go ahead and Harrison just came in and said y'all still here, sheesh.
Hey, this feel like the old Thursdays, G.
Yeah, it does. My body feel like it too, man. Shit. What's going on? But now, man, I mean, just kind of go around a little bit, man. If you want to promote, you want to let people know where you are. Y'all.
Well, I'll go quick. I'm the engineer of BMU. I'm here whenever I get a chance to watch you guys. It's a good conversation. I think pop up here when I hear someone talking about the dowry system, via the poet, and I'm kind of like, nah.
Hey, man, we just CBN. We're just trying to get in and out, man. Let people know where they
I'm just making it quick, so that's where you can find me for now. Until further notice,
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. Like I know Via's got a lot of great things going on, man. Let them know what you're doing.
Yes, sir. Check me out, Viz the Poet. Man, I'm just all about pushing hope, inspiring, and stop getting caught up in the
Man, tell them about the film, man.
You said what?
I said tell them about the film, man. Tell them shit. Tell them book you.
Oh yeah. I create, I document life. That's what I do. I storytell. So if you ready
Yeah, special on Netflix, Race Don't Exist 2025.
You said what?
Did you make Race Don't Exist 2025, that film?
No.
Yeah, man. Viz is great with the camera, man. So if y'all make sure y'all go to his IG and check out his work. Go ahead, Dara.
Most of y'all should know where to find me, man. I post content weekly at my channel. It's right here, Darwin McPherson. Also do consultations on image, dating compatibility, stuff like that. So hit me up.
Beta Simp host, president. Had to come and give y'all some of that big coochie energy tonight. You know what I'm saying? For old time's sake. I don't have nothing to promote. Hit the super chats, hit the cash apps. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. And whoever gave that 5 memberships in the beginning of the show, somebody make sure y'all match that energy and donate another 5.
All right, there you go. Go ahead, Smooth.
All right, so social media, all of it, including YouTube, just as you see it on the screen, Trail Smooth. And I'll just include this one more thing. The new podcast studio is almost finished. Looking forward to dropping some new heat.
There you go. Anybody want to add anything?
You'll see me in the community.
All right. And Mr. Shannon Rawls.
Hey, everybody, I'm Mr. Shannon Rawls. I'm the creator of the Mastermind Group, the SR Army. It's a group of high intellectuals that meet regularly, and we're designed to take all the members' lives to the next level. It's free to join at srarmy.com for a short member, and it's a lifetime membership, so come on in. Join us. We meet every morning from 8 to 9 o'clock and have different guests and intellectual discussions. And we basically are iron sharpening iron. See you guys soon.
Want to thank everybody. I see you, Don and Andre. Cookies for College. Want to thank everybody that has dropped through and everybody that's catching on the replays. Make sure that we support each other. The vision that I had from the very beginning was to bring everybody together. I love to see everybody together. Everybody laughing, joking around, having these conversations. That's what I love to do. And it's not about me, man. It's about everybody else. So make sure y'all support everybody. Hold them down the same way that you guys come here.
Let's make sure we support fully. And that's how we're going to build bigger communities and bring people together. All right. We'll go ahead and end this. Y'all have a good one. To make sure you hit the like button and subscribe.